Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I saw the goddamn news. Everyone in chat, I look and I see, I look at the news, blah de blah. You know, I make the goddamn title and I think, well, we live in a two-tiered legal system. What are the odds anything good actually happens? I'll lean on the side of hope. But no, obviously not. No, sorry guys. Sorry. Trump's been given 10 more days to come up with the money, and the money he has to come up with is about a third of what it was before. Now, he still owes the overall 454. It's just that the 175 million is what he has to pay while waiting on appeal. The appeal for which probably isn't going to be settled until, like, I don't know, September or something. Why are liberals such pussy? Yeah, no, it's ridiculous, If you're like a poor single mother and you can't pay for a traffic ticket, they'll put your balls in the device and twist until they hear two pops. But if you're the most like uh obviously fraudulent huckster who has lost like every fucking court case imaginable, like the most fraud liable individual in the universe, oh no, no, whatever, here's 50, here's a bunch of leniency, here's more time, less money you have to pay, whatever. Oh my god. The court can just do this, apparently. There are no limitations on how an appeals court can modify a stay in New York. It's probably not even a pro-Trump thing. It's just like the court system is just so used to reflexively being deferential to the wealthy. I can't believe liberals are being... Okay, wait, hold on. This is the appeals court, not liberals. Like, I'm sure some of the people on the appeals court are liberal, but this wasn't a Democrat process or whatever. All of them are lib-brained. Oh well. But we can still hate the liberals? Yeah, of course. But we got a date for his criminal trial, which is some good news. I don't give a shit about the hush money trial at all. I give zero shits about it. It's such a nothing thing, like compared to everything else on the table. I mean, maybe it ends up being big. Who knows? They got Capone for tax evasion, blah de blah. Because of the size of the fraud judgment, the companies insisted Trump show cash reserves approaching $1 billion, according to his lawyers. But neither Trump nor the Trump Organization has that amount of cash on hand, the filing said. Nope. It's so fucked up. This ruling also made the decision that Trump is not allowed to borrow money from lenders to pay the bonds, so Trump still has to come up with the cash to pay the 175 million. Um, yeah, so like, but he doesn't have to borrow it from lenders. People can just give him the money. He's a prospective presidential. He could be the president, right? Like, it's not really just a matter of lending. I don't think anyone was going to loan to him anyway. No, he can't do that. It has to come from his assets. Well, if money is given to him, are those not his assets? The order also stayed Engoron's ruling that barred Trump's sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, from serving as officers and directors of New York companies for 2 years. God, these fucking cowards. Yeah, if he just stumbles on a bucket of gold, what are you going to do exactly? He's out on his morning walk. CD by Thomas. Literally all Trump has been doing for like 8 years is demanding money from his cult. Vosh, you skipped the last part of the ruling in the article. How could I skip the last part when I haven't reached the end of the article? What do you mean? Also, that's not very helpful. Couldn't you just type out the last part? What paragraph? I was skimming. I'm reading chat. Just after your highlighted area. Then how have I skipped it? Masagui, how have I skipped it if it's not even past the part of the page we're looking at? That's more confusing than just saying, why not say read the next part? But the appeals court panel rejected a request to block enforcement of Engoron's order, extending and enhancing the role of a financial watchdog the judge installed to monitor the Trump organization's finances. The panel also allowed to stand Engoron's order installing an independent director of compliance from the company. I don't see how does this contest what I say? To be honest, I really don't give a shit about financial watchdogs. When the fuck have they done anything for me? Like, see, I can't remember a single time that I've read a news article and thought, I sure am glad this corporate watchdog appointed by the state to overlook the behavior of a New York business person, prevented this bad thing from happening. Trump is trying to raise money for making Truth Social public to pay the bond. Yeah, I saw that. The total value of his stake could be nearly $3 billion. $3 billion for a social media site used exclusively to follow the tweets of one person. Sure. Fosh, don't be glib. Don't you remember when watchdogs prevented the 2008 financial crisis? Trump's $3 billion valuation for Truth Social makes no sense. Whoa, really? You're telling me that the evaluation or the valuation of a company owned by Trump doesn't track when he's currently being held for fraud and held on bond for fraud for overvaluating the worth of his other assets? That fucking upload court, man. Fuck these guys. I can't wait for Trump to get another lawsuit for overvaluing Truth Social. Yeah, no fucking shot, man. The appeals court will just shoot it down. Trump's monthly user traffic for Truth Social is lower than your monthly channel unique views in your vids. Nice. As the surety, we don't take sides. It would be wrong for us to do so, and we are in no way supporting the defendant. We are supporting and are part of the justice system plumbing included in this case. What? God, my throat hurts. But if it was you, they'd fucking kill you. Yep. Some good news. Andy Kim is going to win the Senate primary. Oh, nice. Tammy Murphy is dropping out of the U.S. Senate race. Really? This is one of the candidates that we were going to canvass for with Progressive Victory. I wonder if there's going to be a shift in our plans now, because it seems kind of... Not to say it would be useless to canvass for a candidate who's guaranteed to win, because a lot of much of the point of canvassing is training people to canvass, so that if you guys take to it, you can go back home and do it more often and, like, get involved with some experience in your belts. But obviously it'd be ideal to canvass in a race where we can make a difference. Did you see the terrorist attack in a concert room in Moscow? I covered that attack live for an hour and a half while yelling at chat. Yes. It was infuriating. Oh, and by the way, I ended up being completely right to all the conspiratorial types. It was ISIS, you know, like it was seemed like a fairly easy call based on the evidence, but you know, whatever. Uh, you know, a lot of people on Twitter have been really showing their ass, especially Western lefty types, because I've seen multiple people, mostly who got dogpiled, mind you, but still, who have been like, why would ISIS go after Russia and not America? Indicating they have no idea what ISIS is or what they do or what they want or what Russia does or and just completely absolutely unaware, you know? Uh Very funny. I am so glad that ISIS like rose and fell more or less. You know, mostly. You know, it's prime time was before I started streaming really, because I know for a fact that if ISIS was at their height right now, there would be a bunch of campus Twitter leftists acting like they're a bunch of principled revolutionary anti-imperialists who are just trying to like you know assert regional autonomy for the oppressed peoples of the Middle East and Central Asia and stuff, and Northern Africa and everywhere else there. Is that not what they are? Oh no, yeah, they're very principled communists. Yeah, my dad already does that. Your dad's based as hell. To be fair, Vosh, Putin literally came to power on the back of false flag attacks. Yeah, that's not to be fair. If you think like, oh, a false flag attack happened 20 years ago, therefore this means that, then that's your brain short circuiting. That's not a rational thought process. You know, false flags happen. Nothing about this pointed to that though. It was horrifying how they tortured them, though, regardless of their crimes. Did they torture the ISIS guys? I'm not going to lie, I don't care too much. First of all, Russia probably tortures a lot of people, so, you know, that's fair. Second of all, they're ISIS. I don't know. ISIS people are about the closest we have to actual real-life death cultists in the real world, so I don't know. It's like, in terms of, like, acceptable targets for brutality, they are really far up there, you know? They did also slaughter a bunch of innocent Russian civilians. They tortured suspects in recording it. Well, I should be fair because it's Russia, so there's a decent chance they got the wrong guys, you know? It's like I'd say it's like a 50-50 chance they just rounded up the nearest olive-skinned guys with beards. Where do ISIS and evangelicals compare in the scale of death? I don't really think there's any major group of people more death cult than ISIS. I think that ISIS is the most death cult. Like, pound for pound, ISIS is the most death cultist of any, like, relevant, internationally known group. I'm sure if you get down to the particulars, there are probably, like, tiny little groups of people that are much more, but, you know. One of the captured people had his ear cut off and force-fed to him. Ah. Well, if it's any consolation, okay, they're big into martyrdom, so this will probably just mean that they get, like, more accolades when they get to heaven. There are still some facts about it that are sussy. Apparently, the circus hall had an advanced security system, but its metal detectors were deactivated until the terrorist entered, and the authorities took 1 hour to arrive at the scene. Um, did they take 1 hour? I thought covering the news they got there faster than that. Them taking 1 hour isn't necessarily that surprising. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Russia's police have like horrible response time and traffic slowed down as soon as everyone saw the building on fire or whatever. In terms of the metal detectors going off, I mean that could be just typical Russia everything breaks syndrome, or it could be they had a guy on the inside, but that's not the same as a false flag. That literally just requires like one guy, not even on the inside, right? You could have a saboteur like potentially fuck with that system to let them through, you know, without needing some kind of like big pre-existing plan. Yes, it is Lasona. The police seem more concerned with attacking journalists than going into the scene from what I saw. Do you remember what happened in Uvalde here in America? Just saying. Lamau chat, don't be racist. Terrorists can be smart too. Oh, no. Terrorists are likely, like, person per person, a terrorist is probably a hell of a lot smarter than a cop. Cops are fat pigs who wanted to keep being bullies after graduating from high school, and just barely that. The kinds of people who would be selected to commit a major terrorist act against, like, a major world power, those wouldn't be just random fuckwits from around the terrorist cell, you know? These would be people who have been basically, like, training day in, day out to do this one thing for a long time. In terms of preparation and willpower, they're probably way the fuck ahead of your average police response. Russian officials are trying really hard to imply it's still Ukraine's fault. Oh, I'm sure. You know, that doesn't surprise me. I don't NPC Porky. I don't think Putin wanted to let this happen. Um, I just think that they were complacent or you know, arrogant the same way we were with 9/11 or Israel was with October 7th, you know? It's possible to take advantage of a terrorist attack, but there's a big difference between a false flag and being willfully complacent. It's like with October 7th for Netanyahu not want to be useful. Yeah. Remember, a false flag isn't just government officials being sinister and letting something bad happen. A false flag is when it's orchestrated by the government. You know, and if it was a false flag orchestrated by the government, they would have made the terrorists Ukrainian. They wouldn't have had them be ISIS. Trust me. There is no if Russia had the ability to choose who was doing it, they would never choose it to be ISIS. They would choose it to be Ukrainians. That is far more, you know, suitable to the narrative of like we need another round of popular mobilization to win the war in Ukraine. True, Sake. Excuse me. Here's a link for all the Cuds News Network tweet that's making all the Assadists like Hinkle and Co. on Twitter meltdown. Oh, yeah, I saw this, but this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Thousands of Syrians rally in the city of Idlib, northern Syria, in a massive show of support for the Palestinian people amid the ongoing Israeli war genocide. Yeah, as it turns out, the people who are supportive of Palestine in the Middle East also tend to not like Assad. Nobody likes Assad except for Assadists, the Assad regime, and Russia. Nobody likes Assad. He created a lot of problems for everyone else in the region by being incompetent and bloodthirsty. Like it's not even like a oh he's a good like he like Saddam. Assad is just the new Saddam Hussein, a like pseudo secular dictator who brutally cracks down on his own people. The difference being Saddam Hussein was a lot more powerful and also a lot more competent. Assad is a joke. Very few Arabs like Assad. Why would they? He runs a secular government, you know, uh, conceptually, you know, theoretically. Should have scrolled down for the replies. Yeah, thank you for your sage input, chat. Keep that in mind for next time. Um, yeah, Assad's pretty dumb. Anyway, we were talking about this, not about Assad. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, it's really sad. A bunch of civilians died, you know? Who are ISIS K? It's ISIS potassium, you know? They've got the electrolytes. ISIS K was ranked the world's 4th deadliest terrorist group. Wait, hold on. We got rankings? We got rankings now? Hello? Oh, this is a big article. Oh, this is a big one. Who's number one? The Taliban, I assume. If only I had the patience to scroll through this. Well, tragically, I don't. Got to know your limits. Ryan Grimm made a really weird tweet to imply that Pakistan and the CIA by proxy is paying ISIS-K. Um, well, wait, there might be something to that. I don't think it has anything to do with the attack on Russia, but hasn't Pakistan had some weird relations with ISIS-K in the past? If I'm remembering correctly, like not necessarily like giving ISIS-K money, but more along the lines of there's been a kind of like some corruption stuff. Maybe I'm misremembering. ISIS-K hates Pakistan? No, no, I know that, but I mean, like, I'm not saying it's like the government gave them a big gold bar or whatever. I mean, like, Pakistan's a huge country with a lot of corruption. With Al Qaeda and the Taliban, Vosh, not ISIS. Okay, not I. Okay, okay. So I'm remembering it, but it's with Al Qaeda and the Taliban. Okay, gotcha. Um, yeah, okay. That sounds more right to me. Yeah, no. Guys, I need you to all to understand, no matter what Twitter leftists might say at times, you all need to understand this, okay? America doesn't want ISIS to exist. Historically, when we have backed foreign terrorist groups, it's because we were using them as a proxy against governments that we didn't like. That's not really the case with ISIS, because ISIS isn't really like a controllable regional independence movement or national terrorist group or whatever, you know? It's they're death cultists. The only country that allegedly funds ISIS is America's good friend and 9/11 organizer, Saudi Arabia. Oh, they would. Of course they would. They love destabilizing everyone around them. Plus, there are no ISIS hotties. That's true. ISIS is gay as fuck, you know? You can't even be a chick in ISIS. I don't know what the rules are. I assume. They're probably pretty misogynistic. That's an understatement. They're probably like ungodly misogynistic. It's probably difficult to even describe how bad they are about it. There are male hotties too. Yeah, but it's ISIS. Didn't American teenage girls try to join ISIS at one point? I'm sure they did, but I doubt they were accepted. Do they have ISIS femboys? Man, I wish I could rope all of you in and just like I just purely for like the purpose of experiencing the world and learning more. I wish I could like bring all of you femboy ISIS, ooh, I wish I could bring all of you into like a concrete room where one ISIS K fighter has been like tied to a chair, so you could all have like a conversation with him for 1 hour. I feel like half of you would come out of there never wanted to talk politics again, and the other half of you would come out being like the most doomer pilled, like only through Posadism, you know, after the ash of nuclear war shall, you know, give birth to a new world. I feel like that would be a very eye opening. Yeah, it's time. We're taking a field trip, boys. We're taking a field trip to the Caucasus. All right, let's go. The women in ISIS are used for sex slavery and recruiting. That sounds about right. How would you fare in that experiment? I don't really do this anymore because I'm not literally 13 years old, but I think I've consumed enough content online to sort of like insulate my. This is one of the things that like made me less of a liberal because I used to think that everyone was susceptible to reason. Like no matter how far gone somebody was, you could always like on some level get across to them. Unfortunately, a big part of growing up, I think, and not being a liberal anymore is the understanding that like the belief in some kind of shared empirical truth that everyone can build their system around, everyone can build their morals around, that is like not universal at all. That is very much a relative, it's sometimes non-existent, you know, assurance. And for that reason, I feel like, I don't know, I would simply stand there nodding smugly every time he says something fucking wacky. You know, that's my That's my assumption. In reality, I think a lot of the people who are in ISIS, because I said before, like a lot of them are actually like relatively educated, or at the very least competent people. A lot of them would probably be able to hold a pretty decent conversation if given the chance. A lot of the like crazy shit kind of broils inside your head. Sort of like you can have a normal conversation with somebody who might later, like I don't know, like fucking shoot up a school or whatever, and then after the trial, all the people are like, "But he seemed normal the other day," and it's like there's a lot of stuff under the surface. When do you think you left that lib mentality behind? Like at what age? Well, liberalism is a disease you carry with you for your whole life to some extent. But I think I mostly inoculated myself around, I don't know, 19, 20 when I got into college. I had a really, really, really good sociology professor who encouraged me to read People's History of the United States, which is not like a radical read, but it wasn't in our curriculum. And he said, "Oh, I thought you might enjoy that." And I had questions about it, so I met him after during office hours a few times and talked with him. He was a pretty cool guy. Wonder how he's doing now. He might be dead. It's been like a decade, and he was pretty old. Hope he's not dead. On the plus side, my favorite history teacher ever is definitely still alive. I had an AP comparative history course teacher in high school who was like this hot 30 something, swarthy, like half white, half some kind of Asian guy. I have no idea. Really. My memory's pretty blurry. It's like 13 years back now. Um, but he's probably still alive unless he got in a car accident or something. Was he almost your age? He'd probably be a little bit older than I am now. Yeah. Did you know Steven had a conversation with Jordan Peterson? If you have time, check it out. I'm halfway through listening to him and the other three, Finkelstein, talk about Israel and the Middle East. So far, I have to say it's relatively. Okay, this is. I feel like. Okay, I have to give praise to Steven for one thing. As much as a unhinged psychopath that he seems to have been, I don't see his stuff that much on the Israel issue. He seems to have done a pretty good job in that conversation molding his rhetoric and style of speech to something a little bit more academic. I have no idea what I'd do in a conversation like that. It's been a long time since I've had to do any kind of academic work, so me sitting down there and like I don't know. I feel like I would be ruder than Finkelstein was. I think he looked like a fool. So far, I'm 2.5 hours in, and he hasn't done or said anything that looked foolish. I know that there are some funny clips of his name getting mispronounced, which are very funny, mind you. But so far, in the first 2.5 hours, he hasn't said or done anything that was like objectionable. Yeah, he does seem out of place, but that's not really his fault, right? Like, I don't literally believe in academic gatekeeping. Like, just because he's not a professor wearing a suit, he should dress nicer. No, I wouldn't have said that 6 months ago. That's just my bias now. Just because he's not a professor wearing a suit doesn't mean that he's actually not allowed to participate. That's not the issue, right? 2.5 hours in, I think I'm trying to make like mental notes. I'm not writing it down because I'm not a fucking nerd. But so far, I think I've heard two things that have sounded really wrong to me from both sides, like two big like loud incorrect buzzers from the Finkelstein and from the Steven side, like from both of them. But both of the wrong things weren't from Steven; they were from the other guy. They were from the Zionist academic, and one of them was really bad too, like some Hitlerite shit. And then the other two, one was from Finkelstein and one was from the guy with the brown suit, Benny Morris, yeah. So it's two for two on like extremely loud and correct buzzer stuff, you know. Finkelstein was just objectively wrong so many times about the legal stuff. It was really bad. Yeah, like he comes across very learned, and I'm sure that he is. Like he definitely knows more on the subject. all four of the people there know more about the history of Israel than I do. I don't really give that much of a shit. It's interesting and useful for like prescribing solutions, but I'm more concerned about the genocide happening now. You don't, if you're having a conversation, if it's 1939 and you're saying to someone, hey, I really don't like how the Jews are being put into camps, and their response is, let's talk about 1257. Do you know why the King of England removed Jews from the land of the UK? Like, it's like, okay, hold on, wait. Why do I need to know any of that? Wait, what are my moral prescriptions today going to in some way depend on da? So like it's useful, it's good to know the past, but I don't think it like is necessary to inform your positions the current. Of course, if I was having a conversation with all those people, I'd definitely like read the fuck up on the subject, you know. More extensively. I'd have like 16 conversations with Lonerbox. Really gird my loins. No, I haven't seen Steven talk to Jordan Peterson. Apparently he crushed JP, which is good because JP is actually mentally ill and like falling apart. So, you know, it's good. Finkelstein is so insanely unhinged, but he is very funny, which is like being right. Didn't JP's daughter get knocked up by a dude named Igor? JP's daughter used to fuck Andrew Tate before Andrew Tate really popped off. There's like a really weird cinematic universe going on behind the scenes there, like IRL cinematic universe. Yeah. Before Andrew Tate really popped off. Yeah, I knew him mostly for being the like weird fitness macho guy who fucked Michaela Peterson. That's her name, right? Let's be real here. Did they fuck or did Tate just ask her to look at him while he did reps? I mean, it could have been the latter. You know, if I was with a cute girl, and Michaela Peterson is cute, psycho, sure, but like she's cute, I would also ask them to watch me do reps. If I was fit, I'm not. I probably wouldn't want them to like watch me now. I'd look a little weak. Oh, speaking of weak, I did bouldering for the first time. I tweeted this and somebody immediately replied, "Wow, you really are 30 now, huh?" Which is so true. And how dare you? Thank you. But I had a really good time. Yeah. It was really good. The fuck is bouldering? It's the inside climbing. You know, like you go in a gym and there's like the little handholds in the wall of different colors that determine the difficulty of the path that you're climbing up, and then you go up and down and up and down. I did it and it was a lot of fun. I think I did pretty good. I mean, I think it's a really fun thing to do with friends too, because different body types have to handle different challenges really differently. Like I'm really tall and I'm not quite skinny, but I'm, you know, my gut doesn't stick out. So I have the advantage of being able to like reach for stuff other people can't. But it also means that because I'm not so short, I have more like weight that's off center whenever I like bend my hips out or to the side. It's a lot of fun. Bouldering isn't just indoor climbing. Well, I'm describing the indoor climbing, okay? Most humbling sport ever. Yeah. I think I did okay. I did all of the level 1 difficulty ones, and I was able to do 2 or 3 of the second difficulty ones, and I almost beat a level 3 difficulty one. There are 8 difficulties. So, you know, will I ever take on real rock climbing? I value my life. I just like the exercise. Hard pass. It's good exercise. Here, I'll show my incredible fitness on display, and then we'll do more politics. Not going to get distracted for long. Don't lie. Why is it for boomers? It's just a joke about like midlife crisis stuff. Though 30 isn't midlife anymore, at least. Look at me. I'm even wearing. Wait, I'm not wearing the same shirt. This is a different shirt. I just like the shade of yellow. Um, look, I'm at the top of the red one. Look at how talented I am. The form? Yeah, perfect form. It's not perfect. I'm like Spider-Man. Your hair looks weird from the back. I need a haircut, is what I do. I need a haircut. You look like a retro video game character. Okay, unironically, for those who have been watching the night streams, while I was doing the bouldering stuff, I was thinking of like Lara Croft. Could Lara Croft make this jump? And the answer is always yes, because she has like a 9-foot vertical, you know, but yeah. Wait, are your legs shaven? No? Boom, boom. I mean, it's just a grainy... Why would I shave my legs? Do some calf raises? Don't you even. I had another picture where my calves looked on point, okay? On point. What would Lara Croft do? Well, Lara Croft would shave her legs. Rock climbing treadmill? Oh yeah, I've seen these. These look like really good exercise. Look at that. I'm sure this is fetish content because we're watching a bitch with a fat ass jiggle as she climbs up. And that's cool, you know. We all love a bitch with a fat ass. But yeah, I've seen these. The rock wall treadmill things. And the color of the handholds determines the difficulty. So the easiest one is using these ladder rungs that she's using. And then the next difficulty would be one of the colors. And you would have to only use that as a handle, like all the orange or all the red or whatever. Green is probably the hardest, judging from how far out it is like that. You know, it's probably red's easy, then orange is less easy, and then green is the hardest, would be my guess. Or maybe not. Doesn't rock climbing train your upper body almost exclusively? No, no, no. You need to use your legs or you'll die. No, 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 no. If you're using just your arm strength to pull yourself up, that's like doing that. You're doing like one-armed pull-ups up every hold. You'll die. No. There are a lot of it is mostly an upper body thing. The main thing that made me happy though was, as all the real lore experts on me know, I've had like a fairly debilitating chest injury for like 2 years with my costochondritis, which is habitual inflammation of the sternum, so the bone and then the like tendons and muscle right here. And I was worried that the climbing would make it worse, and it didn't. It actually felt really, really good. I guess because whatever, like the ways in which you climb just don't, it was fine, you know? And my chest actually feels really good right now. Mind you, my entire body feels sore, but like good sore, not injured sore. So maybe I'll do this more. Right, Emery, from an injury, sure, sure. But as long as I'm careful, yeah. Do you think that means you can work out? Well, hopefully. I want to do it more, you know? So you can see I've already got my 18-inch guns here from one time exercising in the past 2 years. I really do have shaky hands, don't I? I wonder if that's a lithium thing. No, I've always had shaky hands. I think since I broke my hand. Um, what is there a way to keep your hands from shaking? Is there like an exercise for that? It can't be forearms. My forearms are really strong. Don't Adderall? I don't think Adderall does that. Does it? Shaky hands or ADHD. Well, that's not very helpful. Okay, we're just getting every explanation in the book, aren't we? Excuse me. You need cocaine? Electrolyte deficiency. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. It happens to streamers, but it's a new syndrome curable only by talking about what's in the title. Well, unfortunately, that doesn't really work this stream, does it? All right, let's move on. All right, what are these links? What are these links? Oh, right, I remember this case. An Australian teenager joining ISIS. and carrying out a suicide attack. You know, you don't see as much of this anymore. Where are the Western teenagers joining Hamas? Right? Come on. We need to return. They joined Hezbollah. I guess there have been some Westerners that joined Hezbollah. Why does this shit happen? This is one of those like feel good kind of weird, difficult to quantify characteristics of civilization building, but one of the most important things that you need in a population for things to be stable is you need hope and willpower. If people have hope, if people think the future can be better, they invest in it, they care about it, they get educated, they keep their neighborhoods clean, they abide the law. And I don't just mean that in like an authoritarian way. I mean like they don't do things that are obviously antisocial. People tend to structure themselves better because they hope that the future will be better. They haven't lost hope. If people lose hope, they get really wacky really, really quick. This kid had no hope. You need hope and willpower, okay? Those are the two things that are like very difficult to quantify. They're very difficult to like, structurally build around, but they are nonetheless essential features of building a civilization. And if you run out of either of those things, you run into trouble. Most of the problems that you see with people on Twitter are a lack of hope. All of the dozens of arguments that I've had about whether or not voting is morally wrong or blah, 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 lesser evil voting or this or that or blah, 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 blah. Like, most of those are because I'm talking to people without hope, you know? They've become kind of like, Well, you'll come back. They've become kind of like, doomer, rapturists, right? They're waiting for the judgment day. They don't believe in anything being made better except through some gigantic, transformational, radical, all at once, ultra violent change, you know? This is a pretty common feature, I think, for political extremists. It's one of the reasons why political extremists also have a tendency to be mentally ill, because I think that the forces that lead a person towards mental unwellness are often ones that also leave them without much hope for the future. And also there can be some overlap there. A lack of hope in the future can make a person ill, and illness can make a person lack hope in the future. But, there's a heavy overlap between these things. It's important. Capitalism requires a minimum level of hopelessness. No, I actually disagree. I think that capitalism actually operates a lot better when people are hopeful. It's a system that perpetuates itself on the myth of meritocracy and the idea that everyone's participation in the system can allow them to benefit from it. The central myth of capitalism is that you get out of it what you put into it, It's not like communism, the underlying conceit of which is, to each according to their needs, from each according to their ability. Even if you can't give much, you still get what you need, right? Capitalism doesn't afford that, which means that you have to believe you will get out of it what you put in. Now, that's not true, of course, at least not for a lot of people. A lot of people work very hard and get very little, but hope in that system keeps people functional, right? I would say that to a large extent, this hopelessness is one of the reasons why the black community has stagnated for the past 40 or 50 years when it comes to economic parity. A lot of it, of course, is stuff like systemic deprivation, the war on drugs, targeted policing. There's like a billion structural racism shit, things that you could throw out there as explanations. But a big part of it is also, if you're a young black guy in America today and you understand how bad things are for you and for other people like you right now, how much investment are you really going to put in something like your education or long-term prospects? If you're a millennial these days, or a Zoomer, God forbid, can you imagine? Can you even fathom buying a house? And I mean like in a place you want to live, not in some, nothing suburb in the middle of the Midwest, 50 miles away from the nearest grocery store, like if there's no hope, if there's no belief that the work you put in will get you anything in the long run, people stop putting work in. And that does lead to a kind of cyclical effect. It's one of the reasons why on a systemic level, you have to acknowledge a kind of, patterned hopelessness, but an individual level, being delusionally hopeful is almost always the correct option. There's almost never a point in a person's individual life where being hopeless and acting hopeless are better for you. It's almost always better to persist believing that your work will make a difference, even if it's unlikely that it will. That almost always gets you better outcomes. So individually, you have to give people very uplifting, advice. And on a systemic level, you have to acknowledge, okay, individually uplifting people isn't enough here. You have to address the underlying such and such. Now, no one said life would be easy, you know? Do you think people in the US are less hopeless today than they were 20 years ago? No, 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 the opposite. People today are at record levels of hopelessness, especially younger people. Anyone less than 40, I guess. No, no, no. We're quite down at the moment. There's not really much like shared belief in people believe in a society less and less with each passing year. The idea that there's any kind of like collective instrument of social organization that people can get behind and build and invest into, people don't believe in that as much as they used to. They believe in it very little right now. Well, you guys get me. I like that term, Wax Newman. Do you think this could cause a return to religion for some? Yeah, for some. Why do you think there's this weird synchronicity with like weirdo internet incel alt-right types and being tradcath? For people who are very, very hopeless and who have an authoritarian streak, like they need to be told what to do, the aesthetic of religious fervor can give them a purpose that they're too weak to construct for themselves. Pardon my Reddit atheist language there, but I do mean it. Also, Buddhism is in vogue. The only reason Westerners like Buddhism is because they don't realize that just as many wars have been fought in its name as any for Christianity or whatever else. People, they just think it's like woo-woo hippie, horoscopes, meditate, incense, karmic cycle, blah, blah. And you read, for 5 seconds, you read up in the history of Buddhism, and it's like, oh, wait, it's a religion. And it's a religion. Oh, wow, that's crazy, Very annoying. But, it's not like anyone actually follows the religious texts of the religions they believe in, so whatever. How do you get people out of it's better not to try than to try because failing hurts worse than trying? Is that more than just a lost cause? That right there is mental illness. It's better not to try because failing hurts worse than not trying is almost objectively wrong. That's wrong in almost every element of life. There's a reason why one of the most often told, bits of wisdom is give it a try. At least then you'll know it didn't work, right? It's just wrong. The solution to this rhetorically is to grab them by the head and slap them like this over and over until they stop being that way. It's just wrong. You should always try everything, unless the potential of you getting hurt is real, like trying to climb up a mountain or what, blah, blah. But like obviously broadly with stuff in life, yes, you should try. It hurts more to fail than it does to, no, it doesn't. Failing doesn't feel like anything. Failing is just part of life. You think you're 100% succeeding every single thing that you do? Nobody lives like that. Not the most powerful and wealthy people on earth, like very determined people fail constantly. It's about having a good attitude about failing, it reminds me of like, even with the most minor things, it reminds me of like when I was younger playing online games with my friends, and I don't give a shit if I lose a game. Like I get into the game, and I guess like if I lose, it's unfortunate, but like, yeah, whatever, I tried my best. Very shonen protag attitude for me, if I do say so myself. But some of my friends, they've been they get like upset. And it's like that with a lot of things too, This is one of the things also that leads to people having sexual pathologies as well, right? Like people are like guys are terrified that they'll like nut too quick the first time they have sex. They'll do a bad job giving head. Then do it. Then do a bad job giving head. Okay, you could do a better job next time. What do you? Well, you. It's I will never attempt anything because I don't start great at it. Nobody starts good at anything, Maybe if you're lucky, you start okay because you just have a set of skills that lean into being good at that one thing, Like yeah, Jesus, like anyone starts that way. It's ridiculous. You literally have to fake it till you make it, or you can just acknowledge you're not good. That's fine. That's fine. Like, okay, I will say, because I'm on the other side of this, right? Obviously, I was born being excellent at, you know, giving head, everything else. Of course, of course. But like on the other side of thing, you know, I'm with a person, they're like relatively inexperienced. They say, "Oh, I've never sucked a dick before, so I'm sorry if I'm bad." Have I ever cared? I ask you, would you care? I mean it. Really think. If you could imagine some nice person, they're cute, you've been flirting, and they say, "Oh, I've never sucked dick before, actually. You know, I'm worried that I'll be bad." Blah blah. Would you be even a little bit like, like, is this a failure state? Is this a path to bad? I asked a lot of rhetorical questions in a row, so your answers mean nothing to me. The answer is no. You wouldn't care, and neither would they. Okay, just people are so weird about failure. Failing is life. Path to bad. You know what I mean. Only if they use teeth? Then ask them not to. If Vosh doesn't do politics soon, this is politics. This is, I tell you, it's about the hopelessness. You talk like this, you avoid stuff like this. This is politics. It is. It is. It's just like, this is one of the problems with liberals. This is why they've been having trouble with the GOP. Liberals are good at wonkery. Liberals are good at, you know, this is where you get the vibe session discourse, where it's like, how can there be a recession when these charts say there's not, you know? Liberals are good at the wonkery, at the charts, at the policy, at the blah, blah. Not to say that's not a valuable skill, it is. But there are other underlying psychological elements to politics and to society building. A lot of these have to do with rhetoric and populism, by the way, because populism is a rhetorical device for instilling hope in a population, right? You know that's what it does. That's the purpose of populism. That things can get better, that the system is broken now, but we can fix it. That's hope. That's what Bernie Sanders offered. To an extent, that's what Obama offered, very insincerely. And it worked. For Obama, at least. You manage stuff like that well, and you don't get stuff like this. Vosh, so you don't care if your lack of ability negatively affects the people around you? Go find a pillow to scream into. What life are you living where your lack of ability is negatively affecting the people around you? Are you a soldier? Are you worried that a slow reload will cost your squad their lives? What abilities exactly are you hinging the well-being of your friends on? Are you a surgeon? You know? If you are a surgeon, get your failures out of the way in med school before you start practicing on real people, okay? Yes, fine. But I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think that your friends are hurt. Learn how to drive before you drive. Yes, of course. I don't know what you're talking about. How does one inject hope into someone? Subscribe to Vosh on YouTube. Give me money through VGG. Say nice things to me. It's the only way. Hit the ad button. Yeah, exactly. Watch all of the ads. Watch all of the can be skipped 5 seconds in 3-minute mobile game fraudulent ads, you know? Hell yeah. Go for it. Disco Elysium is the perfect example of finding hope in hopelessness. I agree, actually. I think that Disco Elysium is about that more than anything else. Great game. Phenomenal game. Did you know they found out donating plasma filters microplastics out of your blood when it's recirculated? To the person you donate it to, or to the person, to you, the person who donates the plasma? I guess that makes sense, because your body has to produce more plasma. That process would probably involve some kind of cleaning and production. To you? That's kind of nice. That's the only way to clear the microplastics out, you know? That's kind of cool. I feel a lot of younger people are messed up because of the you don't owe anyone anything and they don't owe you anything either, which is an inherently antisocial statement. Yep, it's the reason why there's so much trash piled up around the highways of the United States of America. Nobody gives a fuck about anyone else. It's incorrect. In actuality, you owe the world everything, and the world owes you everything. And your job is to do your end of that bargain as best as you can, and to hold the world to its end of the bargain. All right? That's communism. Sorry. That's a tough promise to follow. Yeah, well, nobody said life is easy. You will own everything and you will be happy. True. Thank you, pessimist. Fitting name. If you have rich parents, everything is easy, though. Easy to believe, I imagine, but in reality, the wealthy of America suffer spiritually. They're not happy people. Always keep that in mind. We will deprive them of their wealth, and we will enrich them in spirit. It'll be to their benefit. Now we are moving on. Yes, yes, yes. That's the next thing. All right. We did it. We finally got a ceasefire, guys. America abstained rather than blocking it. The Security Council demands an immediate Gaza ceasefire. What are the conditions of the demand? Now, guys, we've finally done it. The United Nations is finally ready to take action. Famously effective United Nations. Let's see. This resolution must be implemented. Failure would be unforgivable. And it's pretty severe language from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Netanyahu said the failure of the U.S. to veto the resolution was a clear retreat from its previous position. That is true, and would hurt Israel's war efforts and bid to release more than 130 hostages still held by Hamas. Yeah. Our vote does not, and I repeat, that does not represent a shift in our policy, White House spokesperson John Kirby told reporters. Nothing has changed about our policy, nothing. Fucking pathetic. So fucking pathetic, dude. They're so locked in the cuck corner, you know, even when they shift from blocking these UN Security Council resolutions to abstaining. It's like, no, we're not changing anything. Like, Jesus fuck. Ridiculous. Israel canceled a visit to Washington because of this. I'm sure, you know, nothing would have gotten done here anyway. Watch the resolution. Don't mind if I do.
Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/2024/254 please raise their hand.
What the fuck is on his ear? They all speak different languages, guys. It's the UN. They all have teams of translators who are listening in from an alcove above the Security Council chamber. And they, if they can't speak English or whatever other language is being spoken.
Those against? Abstention.
U.S. abstains.
The draft resolution has been adopted as Resolution 2728.
The UN. Everyone in the room is happy. They were all waiting for, yeah. Sweating, flop sweating as they stare at the United States representative.
The Security Council has just passed a new Gaza ceasefire resolution. The U.S. abstained from the vote, still significant though. It did not veto. All other members of the Security Council voted in favor. This comes after the Security Council failed to pass a resolution put forth by the U.S. on Friday. This new resolution was put forth by some of the non-permanent members of the Council. The new text demands an immediate ceasefire leading to a permanent, sustainable ceasefire. It also demands, quote, the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, and that all barriers are lifted to providing humanitarian assistance needed for Gaza. Those are all the issues that have been brewing over this question for...
Well, that's fine. Obviously, if there was going to be a permanent ceasefire, you would also want the hostages to be released. How much weight does this have? Well, it's the UN, so... So are all the non-permanent members of the council who don't get a veto just for show? No, no, no. They still vote. They just don't have the veto power. You know, they still weigh in on any vote, but they're not part of the Big Five. So basically nothing will happen? Well, not necessarily. There's a reason why Israel has been so harsh on the UN RWA, and why they've demanded that America shield them as since we're in the Security Council as a permanent member. You know, so aggressively. Yeah, the UN is now Hamas, of course. So. Fetterman had a deranged response. That's not surprising. It's appalling that the U.S. allowed passage of a resolution that fails to condemn Hamas. They forgot to put that part in. The UN has always been unwilling to condemn this group of terrorists, cowards, and rapists. We must stand with Israel, stop pandering to political fringe or Hamas apologists. All right. Thank you, Fetterman. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Civilians are dying. Thank you, Fetterman. Does this mean we are Hamas? We've been Hamas for a long time, I feel. We've been Hamas. I got accused of being Hamas since we all raised money to donate to the PCRF back in 2021 after the Israeli, missile strikes on across the Gaza City. Has Fetterman condemned Hamas? Perhaps he's pointing the finger at others, so people don't point the finger at him. Has he ever condemned Hamas? Literally one Google search and I found the Secretary General condemning Hamas. Aw, shucks. Well, you know. Anyway, they canceled a visit to Washington. The U.S. was disappointed by the decision to cancel the trip. One U.S. official told CNN scrapping the visit was an overreaction that likely reflects Netanyahu's own domestic political concerns. Yeah, of course. Netanyahu did not communicate directly with Biden over the decision. Can you are you guys ready for Biden to cravenly demand or beg attention from Netanyahu after being screened like this? And the president has no plans to phone Netanyahu to discuss the matter, the official said. Well, that's nice, at least. Separately, Israel agreed to a U.S. proposal on a prisoner-hostage exchange, according to CNN analyst Barak Ravid's reporting on the recent round of talks in Doha. The reported deal could see the release of around 700 Palestinian prisoners, among 100 serving life sentences for killing Israeli nationals, in exchange for the release of 40 Israeli hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. We'll see how much action this actually leads to. So what's this thing that was linked to me about Guyana? Noise?
And the horrific attacks of 7th October 2023. After 5 months...
Okay, this is Guyana talking about the previous ceasefire proposal that got shut down by China and Russia.
Of war in Gaza and the horrific attacks of 7th October 2023. This council has still not been able to adopt a text that addresses all the dimensions of the conflict in a manner that impacts the situation on the ground and upholds the rule of law. Contrary to some media and other reports, this resolution does not call...
Okay, wait, yeah, this is for the previous one. All right, this is out of date now. There's not really much point in learning about the specifics of the previous ceasefire resolution if this one isn't the one that even got put forward. Looks like Russia and China actually got exactly what they wanted. Their decision to veto the previous one was the correct one because it led to this. I mean, that seems like a pretty obvious dub. I love how narrativized even still that CNN article is. 700 prisoners, 100 serving life sentences for killing Israeli nationals when most of them are women and children. Yeah, also, by Israeli nationals, do they mean civilians or soldiers, right? Like, nationals, okay, so if you mean soldiers, then they're just equal combatants. Or, like, what do you mean by that? Yeah, the system for detaining Palestinians is pretty psychotic. Or maybe a lack of a system, you know? Or settlers? Yeah, well, I guess it would depend on who started it. Still, this is really good news. The White House sees the public rift with Israel over UN security resolution as an artificial crisis manufactured by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu for domestic political reasons, 3 U.S. officials told My Story and Axios. Yeah. So let's think about this, right? I didn't expect the United States to go ahead and, like, let their hands off the table and allow this to go through, which makes me wonder, to what extent is this being calculated, you know, or planned for by Netanyahu, you know? It's possible that Netanyahu understands that at this point he has been openly fascist for too long. He has sort of lost the mandate of heaven, as it were. The United States is nominally supporting Israel, but we're not providing the kind of, like, zealous support that Netanyahu wants. So maybe he's consolidating. Maybe he's doing some Juche shit, okay? He's gonna, like, pull back and say, like, the United States has abandoned us, you know? And try to rally the domestic base by contrasting their will against that of the rest of the world. It could be like a victim thing. Juche? Like North Korea. It was a joke. Yeah. So he's going even more fascist? Maybe. Is it worth funding Israel if we also get Ukraine aid? It really sucks, but, like, depending on the ratio of money being delivered, I think that's usually acceptable because Ukraine really, really needs money and Israel doesn't. A lot of our support for Israel monetarily is kind of like a virtue signal thing. Israel already has a fuck ton of people and weapons and ammunition. They run low on some types, like Iron Dome, you know, replenishing. But in terms of, like, raw firepower, Ukraine needs it a lot more against Russia than Israel does against Hezbollah or Hamas. Still, it's not great. A U.S. official says the White House was perplexed by what it sees as an overreaction by Netanyahu. Uh-huh. 2 hours after Netanyahu announced he canceled the delegation, conservative minister Gideon Saar, what a Star Wars-ass name, said he is resigning and his party is leaving the emergency government. That's interesting. A veteran Israeli minister who joined Netanyahu's emergency unity government after Hamas's October 7th attack said he's been resigned after not being included in the highest level war cabinet. So he's been sidelined then. I wonder if him leaving is going to open the path for more relatively moderate Israeli politicians to leave. Saar was once a rival to Netanyahu in the right-wing Likud party before joining a more centrist bloc led by former military chief Benny Gantz. Entered the emergency government. Gantz became a member of the small form distributing war cabinet. Yeah, all 2 of them. Yeah, I don't know how many moderates there are in the emergency government. His resignation did not come as a surprise, as Saar had broken up the alliance with Gantz earlier this month. Okay. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. Well, not to say it's not a big deal. Maybe it's not like an unexpected, you know, it was obviously going to happen. Centrist is a bit light. Is the Israeli version of centrist the American far right? No, well, centrist is always a relative term, right? Yeah. I am so sniffly today. It's also worth pointing out, of course, that even if the Israeli government is fucking lunatics, you know, the average, even though the average Israeli citizen is also like 50% Hitler, basically, Netanyahu is very unpopular. So the more people indicate public, the more people distance themselves from Netanyahu, the more you compound upon a pre-existing broad bias against Netanyahu. Though I'm pretty sure at this point a significant portion of the Israeli population is probably upset with Netanyahu for not annihilating the Palestinian people faster. What do you think? Oh my god, he's so heavy. My arm is so sore from the climbing. Oh my god, you're so heavy. You're so fat. Ow! What happened to his color? Cat hair color changes, they get older. Benny Gantz has once said the West Bank is the second best place for Arabs in the Middle East. Oh, that's great. Yeah, what was the first? Oh, the first is the West Bank, of course. Look at this goddamn dork. Yeah. Only time will tell what the actual consequences for the UN resolution will be. Maybe Hezbollah will be emboldened now that they know they are acting with the mandate of heaven, parentheses, the UN, you know? As an envoy of the United Nations resolution, we invade from the north. You got medical professors joining in the doctor strike now in South Korea. Nice. Yeah, we covered this a while ago, but my position is that every single one of these people who are striking in South Korea is literally Hitler, and I don't care. I think the government, I think the South Korean military should break these up. I hate them all. Ooh, I despise them. Get back to work. What are they striking for? Okay, I'm not joking when I say this, okay? In South Korea, where they have an increasingly aging population and need more doctors desperately, thousands and thousands of doctors and now medical professors are striking because they don't want the government cap on medical students to be increased because they want to stay an exclusive and high-paying profession. They don't like the idea of more people being allowed to enter and dilute the esteem and value of their extremely in-demand profession. Very, very doctorly behavior there. Oh, I hate them. I thought you were joking when you said you hate them. What the fuck those guys? Nope. No, seriously. I spent like 30 minutes reading up and trying to find like interviews from them because people in chat were like, no. It wasn't just about that. Like, it's also because they want better conditions. But like, if they want better conditions, what does that have to do with them striking to keep the cap from being raised? Like, wouldn't that improve their conditions because having more doctors around would mean they wouldn't have to work such psychotic hours? And then you look over and over, and it's like, no, the consistent pattern here is they just want it to be an exclusive profession. That is the trend. It's really bad. What is this? Farming is 1% of EU's GDP. Farmers make up 1% of EU citizens. Farming subsidies make up 50% of the entire EU budget. It really is difficult to like put into words how much I hate farmers as a class of people. I don't think Marx could have predicted the extent to which they would be like a blight on the human race in a post-industrialized world, you know? Like it's like farming is essentially regressed to a kind of like hyper state subsidized feudalism where massive amounts of government money is given to feudal lords who preside over massive farming companies and collectives for no reason whatsoever, largely because we've all just kind of expected that, you know, if you're making corn or meat or anything like that, like you should just be guaranteed to make a shit fuck ton of money because the market artificially lowers the cost of those goods that are made from that. I am a libertarian when it comes to farming, okay? I do unironically believe that government regulations and subsidies are killing free market competition, and I am not joking. There is no reason at all why meat or like corn products should be as cheap as they are, okay? If we gave the amount of subsidies to rice and beans that we give to corn or meat, then you would get rice and beans for free when you entered grocery stores. They would be negative money. You would enter a goddamn Ralph's or Safeway or whatever, and they would be like, please. You see like a bunch of like service workers struggling to hold all these cans of beef. Oh, take them, please. You'd have to go in with like a big canvas bag and like run out before it overfills with all of the fucking bags of rice and cans of beans, you know? But no. We live in the timeline where fat pig fuck lard Americans have gotten used to having meat 3 times a day, every day. So no, we need to dedicate 99% of Earth's landmass and fucking agriculture to feeding cows that we dope up with hormones and drugs so that we can get like relatively cheap ground up grade F meat for fucking, you know, lard ass Americans to chow down on. Vosh Veganarch. Yeah, my way of pushing for veganism actually is I just think that every hamburger should be $40. Fuck you. When you say farmers, what do you mean? Well, I'm talking about the people who own the farms. Like there are farmers and farmhands who work in it, but farmer usually refers to the people who own the farms, the property. Like business owner. Fuck that, I like my bacon too much. We are turning your ass into bacon, one angry pagan. We are feeding you to the device. Okay? We are feeding you into the device and slicing you thin and smoking you and salting you, and you will be the bacon. There's literally a cave in Arkansas that's filled with cheese because of how much a surplus of milk is produced in the United States. Wash, you don't know the half of it. They all buy brand 10 brand new $5 million tractors every December, then claim about not making enough money when all their living expenses are paid by the farm. They write it off in taxes, never pay a dime in their loans because they revolve every year and drive new cars every year. Nice. We make so much milk that during the pandemic, milk companies were dumping milk onto farmland because it was cheaper to throw it away. Yeah. It's bad. It's not good. It's not the farmers, it's the large companies that leech off of them. Yeah, but that's what I mean by when I say farmers, I mean the people who own the farms, not like regular farmhands. Also, it's often like a two-tiered thing where farmers are like basically the corporate middle manager equivalent. A fifth of Dutch millionaires are farmers. Ugh. Say farm owners then. That's what farmer means. That's what the term for people who work the farm is farm hand. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's because we still have like a feudal understanding of farming in the common language, where it's like a farmer is someone who works the land. Not really, no. Farmhands do. Farmers just own the farms, you know. Obviously, there are farmers who also work the land, but much in the same way that there are business owners who also do work in the business. You know, there's a bourgeois proletarian distinction there. Who made you fat? I did, by giving him food. We've been propagandized to think farmers are these overall wearing guys with pitchforks tilling the land by hand. Yeah, and they do that on purpose. The idea that the people who own these farms are like these hyuk straw hat motherfuckers is how they get away with what they do, with their insane fucking wealth and government subsidies, you know? It's the idea that they're all like salt of the earth whatevers. No, they're not. For the most part, especially in America, they benefit from migrant labor. They threaten to call ICE on like they underpay migrant labor, that like undocumented immigrants, and they threaten to call ICE on them if they act up or ask for better treatment or pay or whatever else. They withhold wages. They're fucking plantation owners, and they own more land than any plantation owner ever did. Mount Vernon, you know, Washington's slave plantation, didn't have anywhere near as much land as your average goddamn like modern farming company, you know, like Texan ultra rancher or whatever. Like it's massive. The Dutch Farmers Party is super anti-immigration, but specifically makes an exception for the kinds of immigrants their companies rely on. Ah. My family's farm fell apart due to inability to fund keep it going. No, not all farmers are giant hyper-corporate farmers for Delmont Vosh. The Zamaj Cap, you're speaking from personal bias. If I talk about business owners and the way business owners act, that doesn't change the fact that there are lots of small business owners in America who like do have their businesses fall under, you know? The whole thing, the whole reason your family farm fell apart is because of a system of corporate accumulation in farming, where it used to be that like people would just have their family farms, but over the past like century or so, there's been this massive consolidation. The same as basically all business, really, you know? But like if I make that point about modern business, it wouldn't be a rebuttal to say like, hey, my parents used to run a mom and pop shop before it went under. You know what happened to the land of your family farm? The land of the family farm that you lost, that you don't get to have anymore? What, do you think it lies fallow? No, of course not. It's been bought up by a farming cooperative or collective or business, hasn't it? I bet you it has. A lot of them call themselves cooperatives or collectives, when in reality they're basically just like the Mondragon type of cooperative, where it's just a bunch of like little businesses that all have like massive, you know, fucking not tariffs. What's the term? Fiefs? No. Tolls? No. The thing, landlords. Not landlords, lords. You know? No, the, like, tiths. I was thinking tiths. Or tithes? That thing. What is a tiff? Yeah, that. That's what a lord is. Yeah, well, that's the point that I'm making. Tithe. Jerks off a cock is the motion you're doing. Yeah, guys, what is this thing I'm thinking of? This, like, you know, this, like, yeah. Okay, you don't know shit about farming. I shouldn't be surprised. Okay, Stoner. Thank you for singling yourself out like that. You thought I wouldn't see, huh? Okay, what exactly don't I get? What did I say that was incorrect? Is it about the consolidation of farming land to a smaller and smaller number of companies? Because that's objectively true. I don't know if you could argue with that. Is it the fact that farmers get a bunch of subsidies? I don't know how you could argue that. Is it the fact that a lot of farming collectives or cooperatives operate in the Mondragon sense, where they're not actually owned by the workers, but are rather just a collection of farms that all like give their dues to the one big central company, and therefore are basically just like franchised farms? What did I say that's wrong, Stoner? I want to learn. I just want to learn. I don't think I'm going to learn, guys. That corporations basically rent the farmland, you're a slave to loans you take out. But isn't that what I'm saying? If the corporation is renting the farmland, that means the corporation owns the farmland. If they're renting it to you, like, this is directly comparable to, first of all, it's sharecropping, basically. But second of all, it's like franchising, or it's like comparable to the way landlords operate. Like, I don't think I said anything that contradicts that. I think it's especially egregious. Look it up, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, fuck you. What do you mean, look it up? I was right. You didn't say anything. You imagined I said something you disagreed with. Because you're a stoner. Because weed has rotted your brain. Because you've smoked the devil's lettuce. It has robbed you of your faculties. You are lost. You are confused. Okay? Sober up, my friend. I'm giving you a week hiatus, okay? I want you to find your life again, all right? The devil's drug shall not take root once more in your mind, all right? I believe in you. What is it with people? Vosh, you're so stupid, you're wrong. And then I ask how I'm wrong, and they're like, what do you mean? Shut up. Fuck you. God. You got so angry Streamless died? Dude, YouTube has been shitting the bed lately. None of these Fs, by the way, have been because of my encoder. I can see from OBS whenever I drop frames or lose connection, you know? It's like YouTube is just having a wacky time. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude, Bull Cipher, thank you so much for the $420. Jesus H fucking Christ. Oh, now it's effing again, I guess. So I guess I'll wait a second, you know? I mean, whatever. Sure, that's fine. I'll give it a proper. You see, chat hasn't even reacted yet because it's going all wacky right now. Okay, now I'll try. Well, actually, hold on. I'm going to try to get chat. There we go. I'm refreshing it for them. There we go. We're getting everyone force refresh. There we go. Okay. Bull Cipher, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $420. You've really turned me around on the whole weed issue. I'm pro weed now. Thank you so much. My God. Speed running your VODs because I can't watch while I'm out in the field. Feels like I'm doing the mental equivalent of Rock Lee's weight training. Yeah, it's true. You know, it's you're gonna next debate that you're into, you're going to dramatically drop your phone. It's going to leave a crater in the earth, and you're going to scream ameliorate really loud. Seriously, Bull Cipher, thank you so goddamn much. I hope your training goes well. Don't fight ISIS. Goddamn, that's incredibly kind of you. And I hope you're enjoying the VODs. I'll try to make more of them, you know? I do like streaming. It's fun. It's a fun thing to do. It's a fun job, you know? Thank you. All right, guys, I've been turned around on the weed question. I've been moved over. Good luck, Carowin. How come VODs aren't in the YouTube channel? They are. All you have to go down is go to the playlist section of the YouTube channel, and there's a big VOD playlist with, I think at this point, about 1,100 stream VODs to peruse. Speaking of colonialism, thoughts on Dune 2? I really like Dune 2. I really enjoyed it. I rewatched Dune 1 with my friends who hadn't seen Dune 1, and then I watched Dune 2, and it was good. It was good. Oh.
I just snatched him, he's mad.
Speaking of Dune 2 and sandworms.
He looks like Dune.
Yeah, you look like Dunes. Can you stop wiggling? Stop wiggling. You got goopy eyeball disease. Got goopy eyeball disease. Ooh. Oh, he's purring. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Very good. Lisan al-Gaib. Yeah, exactly. I do sometimes teleattack, and it is good to do that. I do not, Drumming Patrick. I'm not the cat master. Do you like the new Dune more than the old Dune? I've never seen the old Dune, like the 1983 one or whatever. When will he have his orchiectomy? Soon. We just wanted to make sure that he was fine for the anesthetic because we were concerned because the last Devon Rex that we had like, you know, liver issues, so we're just concerned. But he should be fine. He's perfectly healthy. Oh, happy birthday, Keffels. I didn't realize. What can you say about people saying the movies are a white savior narrative? I think those people should read the books or watch the movies a little bit, you know? Reminds me of my other favorite talking points, which is Fight Club is a movie about how it's good to be ultra masculine, and American Psycho is a movie about how it's good to be a wealthy businessman in New York in the 1980s, you know? Like, yeah. And other beliefs that would be corrected by consuming the media, you know? Dune is going to be the next fascist Miss the Point movie? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's the thing that I enjoyed Starship Troopers, but I just couldn't abide all of the unapologetic, worship of the military. Ah, that's it, Vermin, that's right. The director of Starship Troopers said it was a satire. Nah, he's wrong. It's all serious, actually. Much in the same way that Dune is about how House Harkonnen is bad, but House, oh god, how am I blanking? I was going to say House Arrakis. Atreides, thank you. Anything that starts with an A, you know? House Atreides is good. It's good. House Atreides is good, you know? Dune is about how giant worms are cool as hell, actually. That is true. Can we just agree about that? Look, if Dune is about anything, it's about how we need a caliphate, a global caliphate. Can we agree on that at least? Is that fine? There we go. Okay. A galactic caliphate. Exactly. Very good. Doesn't Dune promote the concept of hard times make strong men make hard times make weak men? The problem is that literally everything promotes that concept because the concept is completely meaningless. Depending on what time frame you're operating on and what your definitions of strong and weak are, literally everything that has ever happened can prove or disprove that statement. It's meaningless, you know? Like, that statement really, it's like the real eyes realize real lies. Like, that's the level that statement is operating on in terms of, like, its ability to help you make decisions or understand the world. It's completely meaningless, you know? Hard times, I got a tummy ache at the bar. Create strong men, I survived the tummy ache. Make good times, I had a good time with my friends at the bar despite my tummy ache. But the good times, the good time we had at the bar, made weak men. When I got home, my tummy hurt a lot and I had to poop really bad. And weak men, which was me with the tummy ache, made bad times. I pooped really big and it hurt. Like, you know, but those hard times made strong men because after I did the big poop, I felt better. You know, like, it's just, like, I'm not, seriously, try applying that logic to anything that happens. It always fits or always doesn't fit. It just depends on how fucking stupid you feel like being. I think. You've convinced me of fascism, yeah. Weak men is me vomiting at a Burger King toilet. That's probably true. All right. We're moving on. We're being responsible now. U.S. eyes change to military command in Japan as China threat looms, sources say. Tighter military cooperation. Washington will consider appointing a 4-star commander to oversee its forces in Japan as a counterpart to the head of a proposed Japanese self-defense force headquarters overseeing all the country's... yeah. That's not too surprising to me. Unlike in neighboring South Korea, where U.S. and South Korean troops can operate under a unified command under a 4-star general, in U.S. Air, Land, and Sea Force Japan have a 3-star commander and do not have any authority over Japanese troops. Makes sense, considering the fact that we basically, like, squatted on South Korea for, you know, a pretty long time, and they had a dictator, a fascist dictator, who was a U.S. ally. We have to protect Oda, exactly. This isn't too surprising. At the end of 2022, Japan pledged to double defense spending to 2% of gross domestic product. Double it! Huh. Including money to procure cruise missiles that can strike land or ships or land-based targets 1,000 kilometers away. Well, I can't say I'm particularly surprised by this, but, you know. 2% fucking amateurs. 2% of your GDP is a lot, though Japan's GDP is nothing near ours. Like, our GDP is 23.3 trillion, so we spend, what? What's our percent? 766 billion on national defense. So that would be, 1/30th or so? So like 3%, 4% of our GDP is spent on our military? Of our GDP, not of our national budget. Of course, Japanese GDP has flatlined for a while. You can see from the chart here. See, Japan's hasn't moved since like 94. Not for 30 years has Japan's GDP moved. China's has skyrocketed. America's has been on a slow and steady, well, I wouldn't say it's slow, a steady incline for a while. Thank you, Guilherme. Yeah, Japan's economy hasn't been doing great. If only they allowed immigration. Max Lotus, it's that their population fell off. They stopped fucking, and they stopped importing people. Well, they never did import people. China's GDP isn't going to keep growing like this for long, though. I have heard people say that China's GDP has been overinflated for a while, that the government has put out signals to give the impression of their GDP being larger than it actually is, but I don't know how true that is, and I can't really say much. Well, we're just talking about the economy, Sather, like the overall production, not per capita. China's economic status at the moment is dog water. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. They're going to have a big old crash. Yeah, the real estate crash or crisis. Wendover just did a video on that. It's not good. It's not good. If there was ever any real threat from China of invading Taiwan or otherwise like making a military move in the South China Sea, it would be because they're trying to, the CCP would be trying to hold on to power after a massive economic crash, you know? The legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party is built almost entirely on the fact that they've been able to deliver steady economic gains for decades. China has the largest foreign reserve in the world. They can easily weather through any economic problem. No, no, no. Foreign reserves don't help you like that, okay? Foreign reserves are great and all, but this is the problems. China is colossal. There is no foreign reserve on the planet that could help them through the real estate crisis or the population boom that they're, you know, or not boom, sorry, the population incongruity, the big movement into people entering retiring age that they're about to deal with. I can't help but think China would never invade Taiwan unless they were insanely desperate. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it really depends. Like, would the CCP basically sort of allow reform or restructuring, or would they try to clamp down on power and mobilize the population to some, like, big imperial push? Jobs are also down for youth, like over 44%. That much, huh? Youth unemployment, China. 15% for December 2023. That's not as bad as I thought it would be. Check out China's GDP versus its level of light pollution. It doesn't line up. Estimating Chinese GDP using night lights data. I can see how estimates like this might be flawed. Like, methodologically, how am I supposed to evaluate whether or not they've got their thumb in the scale, you know? Real GDP growth in China was about 122% over this period. In contrast, Nightlight's data predict the growth was 57%. Only Myanmar had a larger gap between official and estimated numbers. I guess it could be reliable. I'm not really sure. The 15% is a lie. Dig a little deeper. They stopped tracking job percent last year when it capped out at 40%. They've stopped reporting youth unemployment. Interesting. Couldn't that just mean the rich get richer? Well, that's always how it works. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could be completely off on this. My impression is that, like, China has had such a boom period. There's been so much growth, but in a lot of ways, their market has been kind of detached from the needs of their population, you know? Like, you'll have cities where housing is completely unaffordable, even more so than over here in the West and, like, America. And you'll have, like, rural-ish outlying cities that you just have thousands or millions, even, of empty houses no one's living in, but there aren't any jobs there, so no one's moving there. And a lot of the jobs don't pay anything near the amount that you would expect to need to make to afford the houses, even in these empty cities. And that's because they've been used as like a speculative vehicle rather than as like a measure of actual growth. And as a consequence of that, along with the fact that a bunch of people are about to move into retirement age, you know, it seems complicated. Like, ultimately, the problem is that, like, it seems like they're in a really weird position where in some ways China has benefited massively from central planning. Having, like, in a country that large, having the CCP being able to direct these, like, top-down directives that allow them to, like, plan big and plan long. It's allowed them to, like, you know, build massive networks of trains, you know, build out housing extensively. If anything, it seems like they haven't done central planning in the places they needed to, and they've done central planning in places they didn't need to. There have been some, like, mandates that have been really disastrous, the most obvious of which would be, like, the one-child policy, right? And then there have been some things they should have cracked down harder on, like speculative investment in housing, to try to turn it into more of a public good rather than a commodity. And the and as a consequence of that, you know, it's bleh. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's going to happen over and over again. You know, you should never, it should not be possible to speculate on a finite human need. Housing is the worst thing to treat as a speculative market. Even food is better in comparison. At the very least, like, if the food prices get too out of control, there's usually, like, a massive and immediate public backlash. But, like, fucking housing prices, you can always make more food, right? Or at least there's a high upper limit to that. You can make more food than there are people. But once you build a building, that building is built, and you can't build another building where that building has been built. It's just not a good vehicle for speculation. It doesn't work. That's what happened to us in 2008. It was speculation on subprime mortgages. It was speculation on housing. It's the same goddamn thing. Evergrande is being investigated as the biggest market scam in the world right now. It was overvalued by an estimated $50 billion. Yeah, you'd think Trump was on the board. I only covered this a little bit because I don't really know that much about economic stuff, so I don't want to, like, just talk out of my ass completely. Here's what to know about the collapse of China's Evergrande property developer. Unable to restructure the $300 billion it owed investors, because they kept, like, building on debt, building on debt, building on debt, build more, debt more, build more, debt more. As long as the investments pay off, like, the debts are fine because they pay back, right? But the 50 billion fraud just came out recently, like today. Oh, that's an additional thing? Evergrande accused of 78 billion in fraud. Wait. Let me find a different video.
A Lehman period, because Evergrande's troubles continue. They were once the largest property firm in China. Their founder was the country's richest man, but now he's been banned from the financial markets, and that's just the tip of it. Evergrande has been accused.
Anyone want to take odds on this guy getting, like, beheaded on a stand in front of the entire Chinese populace? Like, everyone crowds into the Forbidden City to watch this guy get fucking guillotined.
Of financial fraud, of inflating their annual revenues. Do you know by how much?
Is this drip? Yes. She is a Modi propagandist. Okay, I mean, I can't... we're just learning about this, okay? But yes, it's drip. I've always felt like drip in India, they know how to make clothes shiny, and they know how to make clothes colorful, and in the West, we've forgotten this ancient technology, and I think that's sad.
Almost $78 billion. Which makes this China's biggest fraud case. And what's the punishment? So far, it's a fine. Evergrande has been asked to pay $580 million. It's not clear how they will pay this money, though, because the company is bankrupt. Evergrande is valued at $275 million. Their total debt is $300 billion. So good luck paying that fine. China began this investigation around 8 months ago. They found Evergrande had fudged their sales. As a result, they could report inflated profits, almost 63% higher in 2019 and 87% higher in 2020. China's regulators are blaming Evergrande's founder for this. His name is Hui Ka-yan. He graduated from college in 1982. He then worked at a steel factory for 10 years.
I wouldn't be talking your favorite color for is brown for clothes, no offense. What does that even mean? Is there something wrong with brown clothes? There's like 50 trillion shades of brown. What are you on about?
And in 1996, he started Evergrande, whose method of expansion was debt. The country was going through a property boom, so China's state banks were more than willing to help him. He built more than 1,000 housing projects in China, more than 1,000 projects. And in 2009, he took the company public. But trouble started in 2021. That's when China shut the loan tap. So suddenly, Evergrande could not repay its creditors. Their expansion was stalled. That same year, it defaulted on loans. We've heard a lot of speculation since then, a lot of doomsday predictions, but the impact has been largely contained.
We'll see, I guess. Evergrande's liquidators say company SJ&T withdraw Chapter 15 applications in U.S. Withdraw their bankruptcy protection applications. Oh, no. I don't know how contained this is going to end up being in the long run, you know? Like, what if this is essentially just like a public flag that the main investment vehicle in China, which has been property development, is actually worthless and was a bubble this whole time and has been overvaluated this whole time, and you know, like where do you go from there, right? Where does the market move to?
Which brings us to this fraud case. What message is China trying to send here? That the golden age is over. No more cheap loans, no more regulatory freebies, and no more unchecked expansion. China is saying, look, the bad apples are out. We are punishing Evergrande and its founder, and we are cleaning up the property sector. China's housing minister issued a stern warning this month. He said if developers are struggling, they should go bankrupt.
For real estate enterprises that are severely insolvent and have lost their ability to operate, they should undergo bankruptcy and restructuring following the principles of rule of law and marketization. Actions that harm the interests of the masses will be resolutely investigated and punished, and those who play unlawful games will be held accountable.
Will investors buy it, though?
Oh yeah, our official ruling on this is that if you have no money, you should go bankrupt. If you have no money and you don't go bankrupt and you make speculative investments anyway off of loans, we will drag you to the Forbidden City and we will execute you on TV in front of everyone.
Well, confidence is still low. Property investments fell 9% in January and February. Property sales plunged almost 21%, and new constructions were down 30%. So the answer is no. Investors are not buying it. What is China doing to change that? Last month, a big decision was announced. Beijing made its biggest reduction to its mortgage rates. The idea was to encourage home buyers. They also launched...
That's not going to be enough. Wait, hold on. China mortgage. How much of reduction? China slashes mortgage reference rates to revive property market. These are like desperation moves. Slashing mortgage rates right after a company goes under for like massive debt and fraud, you know, like this is like China announced its biggest ever reduction in the benchmark mortgage rate on Tuesday. 25 points cut 5-year LPR was lowered by 25 basis points to 3.95 to 4.2% previously, with a 1-year LPR was left unchanged at 3.45. I expected them to go harder. At least they're off the weed number. Ah, yeah, here you can see like how much it's gone down relatively. They keep making it go down. They want people to buy houses desperately, but people can't fucking afford houses. You have all these empty buildings. Would a recession from this cause the invasion of Taiwan? I think that, yeah, the more economic trouble China is in, the more likely its leaders are to turn towards stuff like that as a way of keeping the population unified. Yeah.
A whitelist mechanism. Basically, a few property developers were identified, the ones with potential. These firms got funds from state banks, but clearly more needs to be done here because the property sector is key to China's growth. This sector makes up 20% of their revenue, 70% of the household wealth, and 25% of China's GDP. Unless this sector revives, China cannot regain its mojo. And a few penalties may not be enough because Evergrande...
Yeah, I'm looking here, see? Even China's population of 1.4 billion would not be enough to fill all the empty apartments littered across the country, a former official said on Saturday in a rare public critique of the country's crisis-hit property market. China's property sector, once a pillar of the economy, has slumped since 2021, since Evergrande, blah, blah, blah. Big name developers, da da da. At the end of August, the combined floor area of unsold homes stood at 648 million square meters, or 7 billion square feet. The largest data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows. That would be equal to 7.2 million homes, according to Reuters calculations based on the average home size of 90 square meters. So if there's 2 people in each house, that'd be 14 million people space. If it's 4 people per house, then it would be, a 28 million people space. This does not count the numerous residential projects that have already been sold but not yet completed due to cash flow problems. So how many vacant homes are there now? Each expert gives a very different number, with the most extreme believing the current number of vacant homes are enough for 3 billion people, said He King, 81, former deputy head of the Statistics Bureau. Jesus. That estimate might be a bit much, but 1.4 billion people probably can't fill them, he said at a forum in the southern Chinese city Dongguan, according to a video released by the official media Chinese news service. Holy shit. Guys, this has been the main investment vehicle in China for decades and decades and decades. And basically, they're in a position now where there are so many empty rooms, so many empty houses, but people still can't afford them because the price of these properties and homes are completely detached from their actual market need. Like, there's no incentive to build new housing in an environment like this. If anything, the fact that this is being said, like, this is quite rare, you know? All sorts of comments predicting the collapse of China's economy keep surfacing now and again, but what has collapsed is such rhetoric, not China's economy, a spokesperson at the foreign ministry said at a recent news conference. Yeah, you really don't want stuff like this being said because it's pretty bad. Not to mention the population of China is decreasing. Yeah, China lost population last year. It's not like these houses need to be filled with new people, you know? They lost population last year. So will the prices drop and then reattach? Well, that would be the sane thing to do. This is actually an example of the Chinese government not going far enough in state control. They should have completely decommodified housing, or at the very least set price caps, or had these companies be like government controlled. The problem is this is their main vehicle for speculative investment, which means that a huge portion of their economic growth has been based on companies being fucking lunatics when it comes to building and investing in housing. And if you're doing that and your economy is based on that, then you can't really nationalize the whole thing, because then you're basically shutting out the entire economy. Is this bad to have lots of homes people can live in? If housing is a commodity, yes, it's terrible. Yeah, the real estate sector is like a huge portion of their economy. This could be ruinous. There were a lot of China will collapse in 26 days videos on YouTube a few years back. Neocons love to like extol the, the inevitability of China's collapse. I'm not talking about China collapsing. I'm talking about it having a big bad recession, like a really, really bad one. Would it not be better for them to bite the bullet and nationalize housing now? Easier said than done. Turn the empty buildings into hotels and office buildings? They don't need that either. And it would be very expensive. Look at the amount of time needed to buy an apartment. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. 20 years of work for an apartment. Blue is 2011. Orange is 2021. Average years a skilled employee needs to work to afford a 60 square meter apartment near the city center. In Hong Kong, up to 20 years now. Jesus Christ. Paris, 17. London, 14. Tokyo, 13. Singapore, 13. New York, 9. Munich, 9. Sydney, Frankfurt, Zurich. But it goes even further in some cities, right? They can't even use most of those homes because they're tofu dregs, buildings built so poorly they're not connected to infrastructure or safely livable. It's so fucked. Yeah, not even to speak of the quality of this housing. outside all the terrible economic consequences of this, will the price of housing go down as a result? Maybe? I mean, it could, but even if it did, that wouldn't fix the problem. The problem is that the main vehicle for economic growth in China, which has been investment in housing, is no longer like it has been signaled publicly as a non-viable market, a direction to go thing. Like that is just not a viable market to invest in. It's not, it's so much larger than just housing. It's like the money in China has popped. The bubble has popped. Luckily, only authoritarian countries are really exposed to this risk. Basically, no one outside of China, a few foreign oligarchs hold this housing, but the political and supply chain problems would hurt the global economy. Well, yeah, of course, it'll affect everyone. It's China. They're a huge country, you know? Risk being debt. Well, that is a problem. Xi Jinping has de-emphasized growth in recent years. His priorities have changed. Yeah, much like I have de-emphasized getting laid tonight after like striking out with 14 girls at the club. You know, my priorities have changed. 3 hours in, I'm coming down from my buzz, and there's not a girl in the club left who will talk to me. I'm reorganizing my priorities. You know, I'm actually here to have a good time with the lads, basically. I don't know, Claire Lovelace. I assume that's just like if without spending on other stuff. Vosh, China has local and central governments. The housing bubble was formed by local governments to serve the guidelines of the central government. So now they feel betrayed by Xi and his ilk. This is how empires collapse. I don't know enough about it to really say. I would have to like learn more before I could really say anything like that. That narrative makes sense to me though. This is a lot of reading, and I am not an economics student. Like, come on. Come on, man. Yeah, thank you. Subjected to, yeah, now that I know. Yeah, sorry, this is a bit too information dense for my level of education on the subject. What I'm trying to say is Western and global banks won't go bust, but Western and global consumers will hurt. Yeah. Well, we might get cheaper Funko Pops out of this. More Temu deals. More Temu deals. Let's go, boys. Stop exposing how these tanky countries inevitably suck. It's not, no, my argument is that China should have been more tanky. Like, no. I'm not taking the like, you've done market economy wrong perspective. I think they should have nationalized housing. I think they should have gone farther. That was the problem, okay? The Dengist reforms have, the mandate of heaven was lost by China when the, Dengism took hold, okay? I think that, they should still have one glorious leader whose portrait is held above every classroom, who just one day wakes up and announces that like every peasant must kill every sparrow they see, or like one day he proclaims, China would build 1 billion houses by the end of the year, and it just happens, and they're all like wooden shacks assembled by children. That's what I want. Okay, we could do better. Want neo-Maoism.
And is not the root problem in China. It's a symptom of the larger mismanagement.
Oh, okay. True. Well, now we know. That's partially a joke, right? Yeah, a joke. Really though, I do think that housing should be decommodified. I don't think that housing should ever be thought of as an investment vehicle. I think that like historically just has really fucking bad outcomes, and contemporarily has really fucking bad outcomes. Like obviously, it's like I think that's an easy sell economically. What does that mean in practice though? What it sounds like, decommodifying housing. Like housing should be managed by the state or by a government-controlled business that has price caps and builds in accordance with political goals in the region rather than what would make them money. You know, it's not a perfect way of handling things, and handling that correctly would be really complicated, right? There's no like easy, simple solution to any big economic problem like managing housing for a country of 1.4 billion people. There's no easy, perfect way of doing it, but I think that like, yeah, I think that for the most part, I think that you should lean towards decommodification. Thoughts on a small sector renters guild? I don't have an issue with renting. I think the obsession with owning one's own home is, I was about to say fascist. What do I actually mean? Fascist. Yeah, fuck you. No, sorry, you will rent and you will like it. The idea, like the problem is that like there are two ways you can live in a house, right? Like really live in a house. You can own it or you can rent it. And do you really want to own a house every fucking time you move? What if you're just moving for college? What if you're going to a new town and you don't know if you'll like the job you're getting there yet? Do you want to own that, buy that, mortgage that house, and then if you move out have to sell it again? No, of course you don't, idiot. You want to rent it. You want to rent it from the government. That's what you want to do. I don't have an issue with homeownership fundamentally. Like, I don't think it's necessarily bad. I also just don't have an issue with renting. The problem is a lot of people like homeownership because they treat owning a home like an investment itself. They basically do a small-scale version of the same thing corporations do, where rather than doing speculative investment on a wide scale, you speculatively invest in the property you live in because now that's like a pool of money that you can sell off in the future, and the assumption that housing prices rise. But housing prices aren't going to rise, are they? Because the system's been decommodified, hasn't it? So that's out. Now owning a house just means you own the house. It doesn't mean it's a gigantic pool of wealth you get to dip into in the future, right? Like that would kind of break the decommodification thing if you could buy it and then sell it. What we're really talking about is the land doesn't belong to anyone. It's controlled by different people. And if you own it, what that means is you're basically just long-term renting it. And I'm fine with that, you know? Maybe there are some ways you could carve out exemptions for that in certain areas especially, but for the most part, whatever. I don't think that like the housing market should be commodified, a system which causes immeasurable suffering just for the fantasy that you can like own a house and give it to your descendants or whatever, as though the descendants wouldn't have just sold it anyway, which happens all the time these days, you know? People get houses given to them by their grandparents or their great aunts or great uncles, but they don't want to live in bumfuck nowhere, Arkansas, so they just sell it on the market. You know, they're like, oh, my so-and-so died, like I own this house now over here, but I don't want to live there, so I'll sell it. And then the cycle continues. So I just, yeah. You have no idea what your descendants are going to want to do, what they're going to want. If you want them to live in the same house as you, they can just keep renting the same property from the government. And again, it would be super cheap because it's decommodified. No, I agree, Athean. It was the same with Margaret Thatcher, where she like got a bunch of middle-class people indebted to her government by giving them like a really easy end to ownership in the suburbs. Have any countries decommodified their housing? Many have to some extent. I don't think any have to the extent that I would like. The issue is you'll literally have to fight each current homeowner who have the majority of their wealth in their house. Well, that's cool, because if I'm the government, I also have the U.S. military. So I could easily defeat each current homeowner with the majority of their wealth in their house if I had the U.S. military on my side. I think I could decommodify housing pretty well. You know, I don't think they'd pose too much trouble. Obviously, if massive house decommodification was done, people would be given, enormous amounts of money from the government, right? Like, the government wouldn't just steal, the government would pay. If they aren't happy with the amount they would get, they can die mad. Sorry. you know, you would try to negotiate a fair deal, but we're not keeping humanity enslaved to commodified housing indefinitely just because a bunch of fucking boomer homeowners want $3 million for their shitty fucking San Diego houses, okay? No. Do you think rental companies are better than landlords? Rental companies are landlords. Every single one, really? What does decommodified housing mean to you? Do you think that means you get to sell some houses? Like, decommodified housing means, you know, only half the houses get sold? How about housing co-ops? Cooperatives are businesses. You know that, right? Like, a housing cooperative means that it would be collectively owned by the people there, but that still means it's capital that can be sold and purchased. Housing cooperatives are a good thing to invest in the now, but the long term, the ultimate long term, is total decommodification. Well, yeah, Archrabe, I'm not saying that it's possible to do right now. I'm just saying it's a long-term goal. Now, I meant you'd really want the U.S. Army to fight every single homeowner in the country? No, I was being facetious. You would buy the land off them. We do that with eminent domain all the time. We would just do it on a mass scale. Sure, yes. Chow wants me to say yes. How would pricing work for rent in a decommodified world? I don't think it would. I mean, you would either pay like basically nothing, you know, or you would pay you know, tiny flat rate or something to that effect. Would nicer neighborhoods have higher rent? You think there would be nicer neighborhoods? Oh, that's step 2, baby. Step 1 is the Pentagon seizes houses from every bloated fucking boomer San Diego land, you know, homeowner. Step 2 is we evenly distribute the niceness of the neighborhoods. Yeah, you thought your HOA was bad. We'll show you. Yeah, yeah. Listen, okay? Here's how communism will work. Every month, the government will give you a $5 bill. Rent is $2 a month, and ice cream is $1. So you get 3 ice creams a month, and that is the economy, okay? You will be happy. You will think, I can't wait to get my 3 ice creams per month, and you got to watch out. You have to be fiscally responsible, because if you get 5 ice creams in 1 month, you don't have the $2 for rent. But if you're responsible and don't have all your ice creams in 1 month, then you get to spend more on ice cream the next month because it carries over. The amount of money carries over. You could have 2 $5 bills at once. Well, what if you're a vegan and can't eat dairy? Well, you'd still be able to pay rent. Wiki says housing co-op is nonprofit. Yeah, but they may be nonprofit, but they're still a corporation. Like, nonprofits are still corporations, which means they're still commodified. I'm not saying that housing cooperatives are bad. I'm just saying that if you've already fully decommodified housing, what would the point of them be? How do segments like these track with lefty Redditors? I'm sorry. The fact that I'm a socialist is not exactly a secret in this channel. Obviously, I support total housing decommodification. It's not a secret. What would happen to people who can't pay rent? You mean if you didn't have the $2? Presumably liquidation. What do you think about the idea of not having rent in the way you're talking about, but in fact you do buy and own your home? There are bigger homes you can buy for more. Whatever homes could be bought and sold to the government who control pricing being the sole trade venue for all home sales. You also type at this point you're basically just long-term renting. I mean, if you're buying it from the government, but you can only sell it back to the government, and the amount you're buying it for tracks to the amount you would be long-term renting paying it for. I don't know what benefit you're really getting from that apart from the legal fantasy of ownership, you know? It seems like at that point you basically just be constructing like the aesthetic of home ownership, when in reality, like that's not, like it wouldn't really be the case. What would you do about the suburban neighborhoods? Well, they'd have to be bulldozed and rebuilt, of course. How will different sizes and qualities of homes function in the same system? Under a decommodified housing system, there wouldn't be massive differences in the quality and sizing of houses. You would have some that are built for individuals, like, you know, one bedroom studios, right? Like near universities and stuff. The kind of stuff that you would want if you were like a student or something, you know? You'd have ones that are for families, but there wouldn't be mansions being built. Nobody gets that. Why should anyone get that? Nobody does. Much in the same way that under decommodified healthcare, you wouldn't have, like, you know, rich people getting to get like $4 million ultra medical coverage or whatever. You would split the difference and just make sure everyone gets really good medical coverage. You wouldn't just have like, you would more evenly proportion this value out. I don't know how Singapore does housing, am I right? These prices are wild. Yeah, well, there would still be preferred areas to live though, right? Yeah, maybe they would be more in demand. I don't think the government should then charge more for rent for those. That would kind of destroy the idea of decommodification a bit. This is an utterly fucked take. You can't perform a lot of basic home maintenance on rental properties. Don't you think the rules for renting would be different? Like I'm talking about a transformative economic like upheaval that isn't happening anytime soon. Like, you don't think something like what you can and can't do to a property while renting it would, like, you don't think these factors are available to change or be shifted? How the fuck would the federal US do local maintenance? What do you mean? The United States government on a federal, state, local level would be responsible for all housing. There would be local, they would be everywhere. You wouldn't have to go to Washington to get your pipes unfrozen or your shower fixed, you know? No, much in the same way that today, if you want something done from like a rental group or like a landlord or whatever else, it would be like local offices run by the government. It would be just another civic service that you could manage, same as traffic being collected from your house, you know? Yeah, it'd be a big old department. But also, you know, the rules on what you can or can't do when it comes to home maintenance could obviously be shifted around, you know? Traffic, did I say traffic collection? Trash collection. I guess traffic collection as well. It wouldn't be centralized the federal government. That'd be a little bit bloated. It wouldn't be like the IRS or anything. Yes, mixed-use zoning should be the default, for sure. Please read this. It's what the Canadian government is doing to help the housing crisis. This is a lot of text for somebody who's talking to chat right now. The Liberals are reviving a World War II plan to ease the housing crisis. Here's what that means. The plan involves creating a catalog of pre-approved housing designs to speed up the construction of homes, which will streamline approvals process, get new homes built more quickly. Great. Yeah. Why shouldn't the government be invested in this? The government manages all the regulations that determine how houses are built anyway. Wouldn't it be a lot faster for the regulating group and the construction group to be one and the same? Like, wouldn't that be better than having to like do this constant back and forth approval process? Copy paste houses like McDonald's? Trust me, private corporations already do. Drive through any new development suburb in America and you'll see. Vosh, you're assuming state federal departments are competent enough to consistently collect trash. Okay, liberal. If you're unironically doing but how will McGovernment handle this thing? Yeah, obviously modern governments are incompetent. Yeah, I'm not denying that. If you think corporations would do a better job securing your long-term interests in any kind of municipal sense, like through utilities or whatever else, then you're free to procure evidence of that fact. No, obviously I'm advocating here in favor of competent government management, but I don't think that's like an unreasonable ask here. We already live in a system where corporations consistently fuck this up. So I think that you could argue for policies and adjustments to how things are done in a way that would secure a reasonable assumption that the government would do a better job. It wouldn't do a perfect job. You would still gripe about your local government. That's part of life, by the way. That's just that's part of living, griping about local government. They did something too slow or too poorly. It's never going to be perfect. I just want it decommodified. So while it's not perfect now and it's not perfect then, at least you're not bankrupting yourself trying to pay rent then, That's my hope. Yeah, those rock tempests. Some people do build their own houses. Well, it's the land the government owns. You can have the house. The land is the government's. The builder is entitled to control the product of their labor, aren't they? No, not necessarily. Am I still allowed to punch holes in the drywall? Yes. The communist government that I control recognizes the fact that fixing holes in drywall is actually really easy. Like, it's insanely easy. You can do it for like $5. You just get the drywall paste thing and you put it on and then you flatten it and you apply the texture and then you're good. A spackle, yeah. Can I punch holes in my concrete wall? If you can, I think you should be allowed to, yeah. Would egging a house now be felony vandalism? I mean, whatever penalty you get for egging like a government municipal building would probably be the same penalty that you'd get for doing that then. Simply don't build with drywall in the first place. Drywall is good. Drywall is useful. Stuff that makes construction cheaper, it's easy to fix and replace. It's modular. Drywall is good. It just needs to be done well. A lot of houses they get built like this. It's all so rushed and they don't do a good job. Why isn't drywall used in Europe? Because they're stupid. They haven't learned it yet. They don't even know what it is. Doesn't drywall make everyone hear everyone? If you pack it with insulation in between the drywall boards, it's usually fine. I have Infamous. Yeah, it was super cool. We only have wet wall here. Yeah. Drywall is trash. It can be fine. Whatever. Yeah, it's nice and fire retardant as well. All right. Are we done reasserting the fact that I am, in fact, not a liberal? Okay. Even liberals fight against the decommodification of housing? Well, yeah, of course they do. Liberalism, the economic ideology of liberalism is capitalism. Decommodification is the opposite of capitalism. It's taking something away from the market. Of course they would. They would be the greatest enemies of it, if anything. Because conservatives are occasionally okay with nationalization, usually in the service of, well, nationalism, There are fascists who, to varying degrees, are accepting of the state taking control of stuff, not because they want it to be cheap and available to everyone, of course, but because they want the state to use its power to oppress minority groups in that market. Liberals are the most active advocates against decommodification. Bavash, who will own my toothbrush? You can rent your toothbrush. mass home ownership doesn't track even with capitalism, though. It's essentially feudal. Yeah, well, that's because it's not just ownership, it's renting as well. And the commodification of housing is a mostly capitalist phenomena. Ownership, of course, I mean, technically, no regular people didn't own their homes in feudal times. All that land belonged to the lord. They were serfs. They came with the land, right? Like that wasn't really their house. It's just the lord didn't really care to micromanage their shit on the land that was theirs. That would kind of left it to your devices. Oh, it's a bit more complicated than that, Rubber Duck, but in the spirit of things. You can decommodify housing by making it personal property and not private property. You don't have to give the home and land to the state. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean personal property, not private property? If you own it, if it's your property, you can own it and sell it. It belongs to you. And if you can't sell it, that means that it's just yours, in which case it's not only not decommodified, it's just removed from the market entirely and from anyone else, which isn't better, that's worse. If only the government could rent out houses, would that make housing prices go down? Well, it depends on if the government's like decommodifying it or if they're just making money off of it. Could a government switch to decommodified housing without ruining the country's economy? Yes, but it would take a lot of time and hard work. It's not an easy thing to do. Lamau, people thinking decommodification means Stalin. Yeah, Stalin notably didn't really decommodify most of the industries that he presided over, In reality, they were just like split up into a big functional state capitalist oligarchy where high-ranking members of the party would delegate control of facilities to varying people based on their political patronage, effectively. And then they would just kind of like arbitrarily try to meet guidelines. It was basically just dumb fuck capitalism, really. It's not meaningful. Also, that's a whole economic thing. I'm just talking about housing as a speculative vehicle here. We're not really talking about the broader economy, just housing. For what it's worth, though, to the extent that they could do it, housing in the Soviet Union was a lot better than it is today in America. You can go take a look at the average proportion of a Soviet worker's pay was spent on rent, or I could do it. The price of a 3-room apartment grew from about 10 rubles in 1970s to 20 rubles per month in the 1980s. What was the average rent payment was about 3% of a person's income. I bet a lot of you people are paying 10 times that or more. Everything was heavily reduced and subsidized by the state. Yeah, that was one of the few instances where the Soviets objectively, mogged the West economically. I mean, Tanky Annihilator, it would. The distinction between personal and private property is that personal property is when you own something that you want to reserve it for personal use, and private property is something that you own because you want to see other people's need for it, extract something. Yeah, but that doesn't really apply to housing. Like, if you own it, you own it. Athean, I was just about to read your message, but you had to go ahead and say it twice, and now I can't read it. How do you distribute the personal property then? It's land. What do you mean? It's land. You just, the government owns the land and manages the housing. What do you mean? We're just talking about land. How do you avoid corrupt dealings with housing? I don't think there's any way to avoid corruption. You do the best you can. Applied to housing, the personal property would be the one you have designated as your residence, and the private property would be seized by the government. I don't understand this distinction as it applies to housing decommodification. Who decides who lives where, though? Well, right now you decide who lives where through like an arcane and exclusive process of references and having enough money. So I imagine that instead we would just do like, you know, references. You'd probably go to like a local council to petition your interest in a house in the area and what your preferences are. Like if you want to move to a new city, you could like file a preemptive application or do like an online interview with some local bureaucrat, and you would say like, hey, I am a student and I'm moving to this area, so I'd like something close to the university and da-da-da. And they would be like, okay, based on what you've said, here are some available listings that we can hold for 2 weeks. Do any of these look good to you? Or if you'd be like, hey, I've got a larger family and we have like 3 pets. We were hoping for a bit like of a roomier space. And they would go, okay, we've got something like that. It's a little further out from the city, but here you go. Like, does this look good or does that look good or whatever? And something to that effect, you know? Obviously, this sounds kind of utopian, but I really don't think it is, like, at all. It actually seems pretty straightforward to me. It would just be another government department. There would be inefficiencies and bureaucracy and, you know, there'd be some fuss. But I think it's probably preferable to the massive, insane, fucking horrible housing situation we have today. It would not be easy to implement, but it could certainly be done. There's nothing logistically difficult about what I've described. Like, nothing that I've described is like moon logic stuff. It would just be another basic bureaucratic service. You could call your local government bureaucrats and ask for a lot of stuff right now. You can call and ask about plumbing or like any manner of utility or like anything regarding like local. There are so many local numbers you could call where you can talk to a bureaucrat and whine about something. I swear to God. The processes exist. No, Vosh, it directly translates as you, as a property owner, can only own the specific home you live in under a personal property system. You cannot own a ton of property rented out. No, Alison Avani, it has to be decommodified. So if you move out of the home that you're in, then that would go to the state. That's decommodification, right? If you're saying you want it to be yours while you live there, you're just describing renting again, functionally. I don't know what what matters is what happens to the housing after you don't live there anymore. Bosch doesn't know the difference between decommodification and personal property. Tanky Annihilator, you don't understand anything that you're talking about here, okay? The personal private property distinction refers to capital use. I'm talking about decommodification of land. You're applying this concept where it doesn't work. The obvious important question when it comes to whether or not land or housing broadly is decommodified is what happens when you're no longer there. If you leave or die and the government seizes that, that means it wasn't really yours. It was theirs. You were just in it. We're talking about ownership here. If you own something but can't sell it to anyone else, you don't actually own it, do you? Okay? You're applying this concept because you think Tanky Annihilator. Every time I see you in chat, you're just whining about Twitter tankies. You don't know, Marx. Get out of my hair, honestly. If I remember your name, it's almost always a bad sign, okay? The applicability of the private personal property distinction isn't relevant when you can't sell the thing. Like, my chapstick is my personal property in the distinction that I use it for personal use, but I don't like sell it for capital. However, I could sell this. I don't know how I would. I'm sure one of you delusional fucking parasocial nutcases would buy it, sure. I could sell this. I could make this like a mode of capital replication of investment. It is conceptually possible, yes? But if you personally owned your land in a decommodified system, you couldn't sell it to somebody else. Therefore, the distinction is not what we are talking about. You know less than me. Quit being annoying. We've been on this topic for like an hour. And I don't mean to be snide here. It's just this like, well, I know one thing about Marx. I know! Good Lord. You will call the local bureaucrat. You will talk to a nice lady in her 40s who calls you sugar. She will tell you that you seem like a sweet boy and that she's got just a couple perfect apartments that are just a few blocks away from the university. You will go and live in the studio apartment. You will pay nothing for it. You will wonder sometimes if you would be happier in a larger space, but understand that the social good demands that not everyone gets a gigantic fucking mansion that's also somehow built in the middle of the city center. You will have cuties over from time to time. You will remark that it's actually kind of nice to have a cozy space. You will get married. You will petition the government to see if you can get a larger place that you can stay in because you want to have children. You will get 2 dogs. You will live. Can I get cats instead? Sure. What happens if, for example, someone is living in the housing near the university despite not being a student? Do they get evicted to make room for student demand? Yeah, the leasing would probably be on a year-by-year basis, and if your life condition no longer matches the ideal like space for that area, you probably would be relocated with some warning, right? For example, if you and your family live together in a big, like, 4-bedroom place that's further out from the town, but then as time goes on, people move or people die, and there's one person left in that house, yeah, no, get out of the house, right? Like, you could be given a year warning, like, hey, we'd like you to repetition for a local place to live in because, you know, we have families that would like to move there, and I think they'd be a better fit for that house, so on and so forth. Yeah, of course. That sounds awful. How? It's a finite resource, you selfish hog. Also, like, what would happen now is that you would be bankrupted by trying to pay the rent for such a massive place. What about growing tomatoes? I'm sure it would be very possible to get, like, quieter, larger, more pastoral spaces out further from the city center. There will always be places like that. Who would pay for the move? Just wondering. Government subsidy, of course. If they're covering the price of housing, they should certainly cover the cost of moving. They should provide the movers, you know? No, it helps to have a diverse age group around. I'm not saying that you get moved out when you hit a certain birthday. I'm saying massive mismatches in what housing is intended for and what is in that housing. Next Vosh will tell us, hey, you're a murderer. We're going to execute you and harvest your organs to help better, more productive people. Are you... I can't even tell if you're being serious. It's a finite resource the state would manage to try to help as many people live in the best possible situation. Would you really selfishly demand that you get to keep the best possible residence, even after other people move out or change or whatever? Like, do you not feel that would be antisocial? We're not talking... You can't get infinite growth in land, guys. We may be able to produce virtually infinite Funko Pops, but when it comes to living in, like, a city, if you want to live in LA, like, no, there are limits. That's the problem. That's why we can't use it as a speculative vehicle. It can't go up forever. Other things can't too, but land cuts out pretty quickly. You can't just, forever benefit from some larger, like, come on. Social pressure would prevail. People don't want to be dicks. I'm not saying that the state would evict you like 1 second after you get deemed, like you graduate or whatever. This is definitely capitalist realism in action. Yeah, chat would prefer to stay in a bunch of shithole apartments that are 40 minutes away from their work because that's all they can afford, rather than having nice stuff that's close to where they live and work in a neighborhood that's well suited for their needs, with the knowledge that if their circumstances change, there might be external pressures other than poverty keeping them from staying there indefinitely. Yes, because giving the government the power to decide to move people after they already live there is both authoritarian and Missouri, my dude, corporations can already do that. People who rent can already be removed from where they live. and give society a sense of insecurity, which would give populace the chance they need to reinstate capital ownership. You're talking about a dystopia? Jesus Christ! We already rent! Oh my god! You could probably get, like, rental periods for more than a year, you know? Like, if you had a big family and you were well secured in a location, you could probably get one for 4 or 5 years or something. Would repetitioning every 5 years really be that big? For ending the blight of property managed housing, the cost of this being once every 5 years or so, you would have to, like, reassert your interest in the property you're in to a local bureaucrat. Like, is this really... Like, these pressures already exist. They're just done through pricing. All of these pressures already exist through cost of living, through rent. They're already here. The difference is right now they bankrupt people. This could be done much better, much more efficiently. How would this solution take community into account? Like, if you live in a 5-bedroom and people move out, would they move you to a 1-bedroom far away from your home? Live in a 5-bedroom and people move out? You mean like with roommates? I'm not sure what you mean. Also, housing is terrible for markets because people's demands are warped. People want a lot of square footage, but in practice it makes them miserable. Yeah, it's people don't act rationally when it comes to stuff like this. It's really, really difficult. What about my friendly neighbors who I cherish? I don't... If you lived in a neighborhood right now, you could be forced to move because the rent increases. There was never a guarantee that you would get to live near the same people forever. But if you have to move, don't you think that, like, under this system, it would be possible to move you somewhere relatively near? The whole point is mixed development, right? I'm not saying that, like, oh, you need to be moved. It's time for you to be moved to another city or whatever. Like, it's possible there could be another tier of housing for different life circumstances, just like 5 minutes away. You could have all the small studio apartments for students or whatever be near the university, and literally like one commercial district away, there could be like apartments that are like 2-bedroom or whatever if you have more people or like whatever else, or there could be non-student studio apartments depending on what your life circumstances are, you know? There would be like a mixed development. The point of the variety would be like, you couldn't have like a ranch right next to the university for obvious reasons, unless you went to university where I went to university. But, you know, like there would be variety in an area. People do value stability, so some renters' rights to protect people from forced moves do help. Of course, and you could also petition for that, right? Like, hey, I think that my circumstances are going to be unchanging for a while. I would like not a 1 or 2 year lease to this place. I would like a 5-year lease to this place. 5 years of stability is more stability than any human ever got through all of human history, okay? 5 years of housing stability? My God, you know? All of your ancestors would have killed for that. You would get it for free. Yeah, literally killed, by the way. When I say your ancestors would have killed for 5 years of housing stability, that's not a figure of speech. Vosh, this person is assuming everyone is a homeowner, not the actual reality of mass renting. True. Of course, my real position is that all homeowners are basically Hitler anyway, so I don't really care how they feel about this shift. Vosh, why is your argument against the flaws of your proposed system being these flaws exist in capitalism too, seeming like a blind spot? No. I don't think what I'm saying are flaws. I think efficiently reallocating people if they're massively mismatched to their current, like, house is not a flaw. I think that's good, actually. I don't think that 4-person families should live in studio apartments, and I don't think that single individuals should live in, like, big suburban, you know, 2-story houses. I don't think they should. I'm sorry. If you want to live in a big suburban 2-story house or whatever, then find roommates that you can do a collective petition with. We do this already with rent. Or make a family. Just get to work. It's so obvious you have no idea how it is outside the dystopian shithole you call the US. Why is it when everyone disagrees with me, they talk like that? Why can't you ever just be like, hey, as someone who lives in this country, my experience with this thing gives me a different perspective. Why does it always have to be this vague nothing? And then I ask for you to clarify, and then I never get a response, or the clarification doesn't actually disagree with anything that I've talked about. You know, it's every single time. Why? Why be snide? I can be snide. I'm allowed to be. I'm the streamer. Also, when I'm snide, I can follow it up immediately. I'm not typing. I'm talking. Everyone's watching me. Why? Yeah, we'll get them over that not on fire yet. Yeah, we'd buy it off them, Cyber Pirate. Tell me how this proposed system would work with rural living individuals. What difference would there be? There's a local bureaucrat at the county level, and they would say, hey, I already live in this house in this rural area. I like my little garden with tomatoes. This is a low demand area. It's not like people are flooding into rural areas to like pile up and they're basically non-existent housing availability. You know, I would like to continue living here. And the local bureaucrat would say, yeah, no reason to change that basically. Enjoy that garden, you know, stamp, and then you can keep living there. Vosh, the only streamer that can explain something more and make me agree with him less as he continues. What? Fair person, I'm describing a better society. This is not going to be an exception. Nobody likes moving. Yeah, nobody likes moving, but it's a part of life. It's part of life now and then. That's not a flaw in the system. Moving, do you think you should be born in a house and live forever? There, like literally everyone, no one gets to move for work, job, school, housing, love, marriage, children, anything. Just the one building you're born in, that's it. That's all. Like, that's just part of life. At least this way, the government would be subsidizing the process of moving. The state would send you movers. That would be better than this now. People already move. The government can make you move as a hard no, and it's not necessary to make decommodified housing work. The people who own the land that you live on and rent from can make you move in a variety of ways. But the government can make you move in this case would only be if there is a drastic mismatch between your living situation and the place you're currently at. For example, you would move into a small studio apartment next to the university on the condition that you're a student, knowing fully well that once you're not a student, you would have till the end of a year or whatever, arbitrary, and then the bureaucrat that you talk to would be like, okay, here are some other housing options in the area. What do you think would be a good fit for you? Is that so bad? We already have government subsidized student-only housing near universities. They're called dorms. I'm just talking about expanding the concept that already exists. And if they don't move, then you get evicted, of course. If you go and, hey, sign this paper if you want to live here. You need to be a student to live here. Okay, I have agreed to this by signing this. I am no longer a student, but I still want to live here. Okay, well, you have a year to like agree to find a new place with us. You can call any time and we'll schedule you for a movement to one of the other available houses in this location. A year has passed, and despite not being a student, I have not chosen a new place and I want to keep living here. Why are you evicting me? Skill issue, I say. Skill issue. Good Lord. What if I want to live with my girlfriend or friends? Then do it. The system you're talking about is just an expansion of capitalist housing tyranny? Oh, I see. You're one of those Twitter commune anarchists who thinks your job after the revolution will be poetry and jerking people off. I see. You don't understand anything about resource allocation or the actual hard facts of the world, that there are finite things and finite people, and not everyone gets what they want, ever, under any system. Why? It's so antisocial, you know? You live in a society. Haven't you heard this? You don't, the house you live in isn't some magic bubble. It's not a fucking simple domain that you've fucking magicked for yourself, okay? It's a thing that exists and other people want it too. Don't be so selfish. You can make this system ethical, far more ethical than our current one, and free, mind you. Yes, Kanye, the government would immediately kill you. Yeah, but I don't want to talk about a slight ethical change, Drumming Patrick. I want to talk about housing decommodification. Well, thank you, Chijikori. I appreciate that. By the way, what I'm talking about is not exactly crazy controversial, okay? This is just a pretty standard applied model of decommodified housing. It's not like super radical in leftist texts. I mean, any kind of leftist economic theory is going to be considered radical in application in a liberal sense, but like in the context of that theory, like this is just a way of doing it, you know? I don't think it's especially out there. It's certainly not like completely untested. Government management of housing isn't a new thing. It's existed before. And yes, they can make decisions about your housing and evict you. Ideally, they don't do that very much because, you know, it's disruptive. Like, if I'm a homeowner, Bosch, why would I ever support a system where I could suddenly be evicted? That's like asking, if you're a business owner, why would I support a system where you have to listen to the decision-making of the people beneath you? The answer is, I don't care. Like that's the whole problem, right? Like, well, how would you do all this communism if business owners and landlords don't like what you have to say? Well, yeah, sorry. They've been privileged for long enough, I feel. You will live a fine life. And you wouldn't be suddenly evicted, Howrock. It would be if you went into an area, there were provisions that you would agree on as you enter the house, and if you failed to meet those provisions, you would have a given length of time to have your housing reallocated. The government wouldn't just suddenly throw people around. That would kind of break the whole point. Right now, renters, landlords can move people around, but even they have to abide by restrictions and regulations for ousting people based on the leases or whatever else. You wouldn't just be suddenly ousted. You sign, I will continue to live here. This is like the requirements for me living here. And if you don't, you don't. What if I never want to leave the house where I grew up? Then you better continue to meet the requirements for occupying that property. Yeah, I agree, Blue Shift Star. I think that what I'm talking about is infinitely more stable as a system. More so than the fucking market, for God's sake. You know? I mean, I grew up in Los Angeles. Half that city has a fucking, like, bloody scar ripped through it from the consequences of gentrification, you know, what's happened throughout the place, the way interurban, freeways have cut through neighborhoods and cut people off and da-da-da. Like, as if there's stability now, honestly. You're appealing to a illusionary ideal of stability to contrast against a better system. It's very frustrating. If your family lives together, Rub the Noob, then I don't see the issue with keeping them together. Good Lord, chat, please. Herman. I just typed read Dungeon Meshi online. I got it. While it sounds better than our current system, it seems very open to corruption and bigotry, like local bureaucrats could just happen to only evict certain demographics. But that already happens with private companies. I think at least with the government doing it, like local government corruption, it'd be easier to file a petition with a higher government. Or their friends somehow always got bigger, nicer houses. This is like an unsolvable problem, because what you're asking me to do is remove the concept of in-group bias and corruption from any bureaucratic system, but they exist in all bureaucratic systems, right? I think that with a lot of oversight, you could do a better job, but this is like it's like a non-answer because it will always apply, right? Genuinely asking, if a person wanted to move in with someone else, how would that work? Would they be prevented from moving if they didn't meet the standards? No, probably not, because the standard would be, the standard would probably be permissive to anything like more compacted, but not less. So like, if like a studio apartment would be offered to people who are just as one, but if you wanted to move in, you wouldn't get evicted because you have two in one. You could cram more people into a smaller space, but you couldn't cram smaller numbers of people into a larger space. If you have one person in a big suburban house, that would be too few. A family should live there, not just one person, right? But if you wanted to move in with another person in a studio, then like that'd be fine. The state doesn't have an issue with that, certainly. Unless there's like a safety issue. Would lawns still exist? Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely. If you want a lawn, you are having a dense thicket of native, like locally sourced wildflowers that you will have to use a machete to cut through, okay? If I see a single sprig of green grass anywhere in my city as a government official, I'm torching your house. Can I have a clover lawn? Yes, that's fine. I'm assuming it's a California talking point. It's an America talking point. You do realize the only way to politically keep the system going without mass protests and a removal of it would be an authoritarian state like China, right? No, I think you're delusional, and I don't even know where you're coming from in this. I'm describing a system that would be infinitely more humane, with less suffering, no homelessness, people getting houses that are closer to the things they want and need. Like, the system that I'm describing would be so much better for so many people. I genuinely don't know what would lead you to believe otherwise. What you're describing sounds awful. Ivan198, can you tell me what sounds awful about what I'm describing? You no longer have to pay for rent, housing, or moving. It's free. You no longer have that anxiety. No matter what happens, you lose your job or whatever else, you have a bed to go back home to. No matter what happens in your life, you always have a home. This is a guarantee given to you that most humans have never known. Most people today will never know it. For this, the government manages your property, repairs it when needed, you petition bureaucrats if you want to move or need to move. What about this sounds so awful? Putting your homes in the hand of a bureaucrat? Your homes are already in the hands of bureaucrats. Renting organizations are bureaucratic. If you have an individual landlord, then your home is in the hands of something worse than a bureaucrat. Your hand is in the home of an individual landlord. That's worse. They tend to be more corrupt, make worse choices, treat you to worse service. Most of it sounds really great, but do you not think inefficient sentimental attachment to homes is natural? Sure it is. Then just stay there. If I'm old and my family's all died and moved out or whatever, do I have to hope I die before the lease ends or else get moved out of my house? If you're near the end of your life, there might be some kind of government provision for like end of life stay, but also in most cases, you would be moved to a home. If you're old and near the end of your life, you probably wouldn't be living in that home for much longer anyway. Don't you have any family who could move in with you? Wouldn't that just be a way to incentivize community? Hey, I have like a government lease on a nice big comfortable house in the suburbs. You know, the people around me have died or moved away. Hey, young grandchildren of mine, you know, you're just out of college. Would you be interested in staying here? It's a nicer house than you'd be able to get otherwise because we got in on this like on a larger number of people. You know, it's fairly large and roomy. Like, I don't know. I feel like this is a very human system if done appropriately and with the right rules and provisions. I think you could, you know, I think people could be very happy. I don't know if dying alone in your family home is necessarily better than either of the two options, either being put in like government housing is specifically intended for the elderly, which is a thing that should absolutely exist, or having like to petition people to come with you. You could also petition larger houses, true, though that would have to be specified in the lease. I agree, that sounds lovely. It's just a straight concern. Yeah, sorry for rambling on about this for so long. It's been a while since we've talked about anything even remotely theory-oriented. I'm not even getting into the specifics, by the way. I'm just talking about, to me, this is about capitalist realism, the extent to which it's possible to like do anything outside the market-driven system. It wasn't always market-driven, you know? There have been different systems, and there are existing systems of government-owned, you know, home ownership. We could take a look at that in a research stream sometime. You know, we could take a look and see what the consequences to that have been. Though obviously I wouldn't defend many historical invocations of it for the same reason that I don't like defend the Soviet Union. So it's more of a constant nudge from the government rather than forcing people out of their home? No, well, they'd force you, but you'd have like a buffer period. If you no longer met the requirements for the lease that you took, you could either argue for the altering of the lease, which might be possible, depends on the situation, or you'd have like a year period to find a new place. But they wouldn't just like kick you out or whatever. They would like, you know, if you were obstinate and you refused to move out of your own accord, they might try to evict you, and the eviction would be like a bureaucrat shows up at your place and is like, hey, you sure don't want to leave this place that you no longer meet the requirements for. We really need to like help you along here. And if you were obstinate to the point of not getting along with that, then like, yeah, I don't know, then you just get evicted onto the street. Like, good luck. Go to the local housing office if you want to like stop being obstinate. Probably wouldn't let people be homeless though, so you'd probably be roped up into like a homeless specific housing enclosure, which would be uncomfortable for you to bring all of your like moving equipment there and stuff, but at the same time that's kind of your fucking fault. So I don't know, not really that sympathetic. If you have mental health issues that prevent you from managing the system effectively, there would obviously be like provisions for that, a reward that would help navigate that that dynamic. Infinite Rain, I don't really know if there's a way to talk about that like in the broad sense. It would be about local specific counterbalances to try to make sure that everything gets overlooked by multiple groups. Do you think under your systems, things like mansions, houses well above the minimum standard, should be commodities people can buy? No, absolutely not. Would there be housing meant for people wanting a longer expected stay? What do you mean? Like, you could get like 5-year leases, I assume, right? I mean, maybe even longer. I guess that depends on where it is. Probably not if you're in the city core, because that would be like a very, you know, high traffic area, depending on your job or whatever else. This addendum is so dumb and unnecessary, Vosh. There's no need to evict people in a decommodified system. Yes. If you decommodify the system but make no effort to efficiently allocate the finite resources that you've decommodified, at that point, you have no way of counterbalancing against a fuck ton of really bad long-term effects that you could get from inefficient allocation. Imagine every downtown area dead and stagnant because all of the properties there are being held by people who never go out or shop or work in the area. Like, you know, you just have a bunch of people staying indoors all day when they're in mixed-use development directly above massive, thriving commercial centers. Or you have like rural areas that are like fucking overfilled to every possible house, or like suburban areas or whatever. Like, you can't, like, what if you just had like one person each living in every giant McMansion that's been taken from the suburbs, you know? Like, you can't have that. What about if a person builds their own home? I'm sure if a person built their own home, the government would be fine with letting them live in that home, right? Like, I can't imagine, like, it's a rare instance and you'd be in the sticks. So I don't think the government would take, there would be very little reason for the government to go like, oh, the home that you just built and are now living in, like, no, you don't meet the requirements or whatever. You would also have to petition for them to do that, right? You couldn't just build a house like willy-nilly. That's their land. Well, that's all of your lands, right? How would people get the land to build their own home? They don't. It would be a plot of land they would have to ask the government for, same as everything else. I still don't get how it'd be sustainable to make it free to get a house. Why not? You could do free healthcare, too. In fact, we should. What would happen to the mansions that exist? Liquidated. Every mansion occupies a plot of land that could be more reasonably broken up into several houses or apartment complexes. There's no reason for them to continue to exist the way they do. Maybe some could be kept as like historical monuments, or you could have some weirdo partitioned homes, but for the most part, I think they should be liquidated. Community centers, if that works, yeah. Historic mansions, yeah, if it's historic, yeah, we do that already. Sure, Vosh, your system will work in an extremely idealistic, perfect society. I don't think anything that I'm describing is idealistic. I'm just talking about housing being treated like another utility, like just another basic local service the government manages. You know, like I don't think there. This is also an American thing. You don't believe a society exists around you. There are local government agencies you can call to talk to about stuff regarding your land, your local parks, your plumbing, your this, your that. All of these things already exist. You just don't interact with them that often because for the most part, people are unused to that. We think of ourselves as operating in bubbles, you know? It could be done. I just don't think it's that idealistic. You're idealizing bureaucracy? I'm not idealizing it. I'm just saying it's a necessary evil. Bureaucracy is how you manage large tasks. You would need to. It's idealistic because of our current political climate. Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's going to be done tomorrow or even in my lifetime. I'm just saying it's a system that I would like. I see I want privacy arguments. Seems like Cope. Yeah, I don't know what this has to do with privacy, really. Would this be funded by tax or government owned? Government owned. All right. All right. Is water and electricity decommodified? No, it's not. You do pay for them, but they have been made in most places into municipal services, which means that the government has stricter rules for how they can be offered to you. There's a reason why, you know, water and electricity has to already be hooked up to your house, usually. And when you use it, it's not like, you know, you're buying like a day pass, or like, oh, like call your local private water company for a 1-week special deal on getting water to your house specifically. No, you get the water, you get the electricity, and there are flat rates. There's like proportional to what you use it for. And usually the cost is a lot lower than if you were doing anything like that in a private sense, you know, like in a directly private, like communicating directly with a business sense. So, you know, it's a step. Would construction and repair services be state-owned? God, yes, absolutely. Curious what you think would happen to existing super luxury spaces and mansions, just destroy them? Yeah, of course. 100%. Gleefully. Keep a few of them, I guess, if there's any historic value. They are temples to every worst impulse. They should be destroyed. They're heretical to this new world we're building, okay? If I can't get more than a studio apartment because I live by myself, then why would I be a skilled worker over something dead easy like night security guard? You could. Like, well, first of all, wait. The housing is free. The quality of the job that you have wouldn't dictate the quality of the house. That would be contradictory to the whole point of decommodified housing. The studio apartment that I was talking about would be like if you're in the city core, if you're a student, if you're a very young person. But if you were older, like say graduated, you're in your 20s or 30s, but you live by yourself, you could have a 1-bedroom apartment, sure. Maybe if you're further out, there's less competition for that space, and they would even afford you like a larger space, like a larger 1-bedroom. Would you need a 2-bedroom if you're living on your own? I mean, probably not, but if you found a space where housing wasn't in demand in that, you know, bracket, they might afford you the ability. I'm slow brain, so would hotels still be paid for or just like provided on a temporary? Well, I'm only talking about decommodifying housing. Maybe hotels could still exist. Like, you want to be able to travel and go to another place without having to fucking petition the local government office for a year lease there, obviously. Hotels would still exist, yeah, under the system that I am describing. Vosh, to be clear, you're arguing for a system of rental from the government as opposed to government charters. Unless you're an active menace to society, I think it's utterly dystopian to be burdened with proving your right to live in your own home periodically. The only proof you would need is how many people you have in the home or what class of citizen you are. Like if you're a student, for example, right? Because a student should be very close to the university itself. I don't think it's dystopian, and you already have to prove your right to live in any house you live in right now. It's called having enough money. You need to provide pay stubs indicating you can afford like 3 times rent or whatever. Hey, Beetle. And I agree. But like, again, I'm not saying like there's some like, sorry, comrade, we looked at your charts and it's like you only worked 96 hours last week. And this nice apartment only afforded to people who work at least 100 hours a week. I'm afraid you're going to have to leave now. You know, that's not even remotely, it's like a cartoonish stereotype of what I'm talking about here. But yeah, you know what? If you're a 30-something, I don't think you should be in student housing anymore, you goddamn creepo. Yeah, I think the government should kick you out. The dorms would kick you out. They already would have kicked you out. And there it is. Vosh wants there to be classes of citizens. Oh, you're doing sarcasm, okay. But yeah, like if you shouldn't be in the dorm housing if you're like graduated, right? I mean, and likewise, you know, I think that if you're in like if there's like a mixed use development area in the city core, I don't think that basically any person should get to live there, right? That area should be reserved ideally for people who are in a position in their life where they're going to take advantage of the resources, because that's very, very in demand. For every 10 people who want a house in that area, there'd be 1 house available, right? That's how it is. It's a finite resource. You can't make everything for everyone, you know? Like these like very up and up urbane downtown areas probably should be Like, I don't know, guys. I'm not saying like they should be kicked out or whatever. I'm just saying that if I thought, hey, how do I efficiently allocate people here? I'm thinking of like young professionals or people who like to, you know, go about the place, spend their time out, something, not maybe like socially regressive internet World of Warcraft addicts or retirement age people who don't leave the house anymore, you know? Like, I don't know. Should the government kick somebody out of downtown because they're retirement age? Well, not unless that's what they agreed to in the lease, right? Sign this lease paper here if you agree. Once you retire and no longer work in the area, you can no longer occupy this specific house because it's very in demand and there are people who work in this area who would really like to be able to live that close to their job. And then you would sign it. And then 5 years later, you'd go, no, how can you kick me out and give me 1 year time to move into another free house that's going to be provided to me by the state because I signed the paper that said that this exact thing would happen? No, you know. What housing do elitists get? What elitists? How would we manage ADA compliance and accessibility for those with disabilities? I think if anything, that'd be like much easier than it is now. All housing would have to be ADA compliant, of course, right? What if somebody wants to be in their home for like 20 years because they have kids or something? Then that should be fine, unless you're in a house where for some reason they don't think it's not efficient for there to be like I don't like what would happen that would mean the state would think, you know, oh, they shouldn't be able to reapply or whatever. Well, wait, they don't really have a choice but to sign that paper, right? It's not like there are other options that don't kick you out at a certain age, right? Well, yeah, for that, but then they chose to choose that property, right? Like they could have chosen another property that didn't have that provision in the lease. If you want to live in this like upbeat downtown area, then that's the agreement. You know? The upbeat downtown area shouldn't stagnate because all the people living there don't actually give a fuck about the upbeat downtown area. What should we do with the Amish? I don't respect the Amish. Under communism, I would not give them any special legal protections. You will learn to use the cell phone. You will use a bidet after shitting in the toilet. Modernity is here and you are a part of it. Vosh, this is literally the housing equivalent. If you chose that job, how do you complain? Mzeri, can you please think? Please. You want to get a house in a city. You go to the local bureaucrat's office and you say, hey, this is what I am. I'm this age. This is my job. This is like da-da-da. This is what I'm interested in. I like theater. I like parks. I have dogs, whatever. And the bureaucrat says, how wonderful. Here we are with a few areas locally that you can move to at your choosing. We can reserve these properties for you for 2 weeks. Past that, we'll have to offer them to others. But in the meantime, take a look and let us know. And you have a variety of them. Some of them further out from the city core, some of them closer in. The one closest in, the one that's in the really upbeat, hip and happening, economically productive area says, hey, if you're here, you need to have a job in this area because there are lots of jobs here and few houses. People who work here want to live here, so we should reserve that. Now, you're lucky. You have a job in that area, so you can get this hip and hopping area, okay? It's a 3-year lease, all right? But year 2, you no longer work there. Now, you're not kicked out immediately because, hey, it's decommodified, right? You don't need to pay. You could just sit in there. It's decommodified housing. You could just sit in your bed and jerk off. But the lease expires at the end of year 3. So the government's office, they contact you and they're like, hey, you know, your lease is coming up and we notice you don't work here anymore. With that being said, this was a requirement that you signed into in the lease. So here are another list of properties currently available that don't have that prerequisite. And then what? And then what? What's wrong with this? This sounds dreamlike. This sounds so much better and more efficient. This sounds better than what we have right now. What if the tenant has a mental health crisis where they can't work effectively but still need the space to recover? I mean, if you get fired from the job, that was a provision in the lease, and you would have to move given the grace period. It's not like you'd be moved out immediately. But if you're having a mental health episode, that, like, I think mental health care should also be decommodified. But, like, yeah, again, you wouldn't be moved out, like, on the dime, right? You would have, like, grace periods of a long time. But, like, yeah, if you were too depressed to meet the requirements for the housing area that you're in, like you're in a student housing and you drop out because of mental health issues, then yeah, you shouldn't just keep the housing indefinitely. This is a disastrous idea. Why? No wonder. There would still be excess housing to choose from, just like in the current market. You'd only have to move people around in high demand areas. Important to keep that in mind. Yeah, it's not, I sincerely doubt any set of economic circumstances would lead people to getting shuffled around in, like, out of the city core suburban areas, right? Like, people, the real, like, hip and hopping and, you know, like, big movement areas would be in the city core, downtown, big commercial districts, stuff like that. I really, really doubt people who live like 30 minutes from downtown would be getting reshuffled by the government. They might get like 10-year leases, you know, fucking. What about waterfront property? That's in high demand and expensive. Who gets the lake view? Unironically, I think we should destroy it. I'm kind of not joking. I hate waterfront property. The waterfront property should be kept as parks, resorts, commercial districts, areas of public interest. The idea that these gorgeous waterfront properties should be locked away so some fuckwit with a 7-figure income can, like, sit there and cheat on his wife, like, with a nice view. Fuck that. Yeah, I that shit's a public good. You know, just a personal opinion of mine. How would this get integrated? I'm just talking about what I would like long term, like a system, not even necessarily an ideal one. I'm just talking about what I envision when I talk about decommodified housing. That's it. Yeah, Chicago benefited massively from their lakefront development. How would we fund schools without the incredibly racist way of property taxes? We'll have to find a new kind of racism to fund local schools. Yeah, racism too. Well, Beetle Moses, it's been 2 hours of talking about decommodifying housing. Wait, no wonder. Did you ever respond to what I said? I'll tell you why my family lives in the system in Polish communism. I'll split the difference, say parts of it sound nice. Okay, whatever. I'm not arguing to defend Polish communism. Communism. Everyone's complaining about being shuffled around when the problem in e.g. European downtowns is that people are holding on to downtown properties as an investment. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people understand that people getting shuffled out of high-use areas as they're no longer, like, optimal residents for it would mean more availability in high-use areas. Like, you can't get those right now because they're $50 trillion or held by boomers who don't leave the house, or held by investment companies who are sitting on it waiting for it to reach $50 trillion to sell, you know, whereas the whole point of relatively high turnover with warning and grace periods in an area like that would be allowing more people to benefit from it. Do people not realize there will also be a government that'll put you in jail if you rape and murder people? Yeah, I swear to God, I've been waiting this entire time for somebody to say like, well, what happens if I destroy my house then and the government shows up, huh? For like, as if I answered, you would be arrested, they'd get like really indignant with me or something, you know? Like, that's what I'm waiting on, that like, you know, like, like, oh, what an authoritarian system, describing everything that already happens, you know? What about the countryside, Gehong? We can just build more higher and high use areas. There are limits to that, Harrock. Yeah, Kisuadi, it's just like a capitalist realism thing, I guess. What about accidental destruction? Like, would you be punished if you have a fire? Well, you'd probably have to at least pay for the damage, right? I mean, it's like that right now with renting. If you do like malicious destruction, that might be a crime. Would you be able to have a summer house? Absolutely not. Why not, honestly? Because then you would own a house. Yeah, I gotta disagree with you on this front. Oh, yeah. Really cement the negative conception people have, chat, right now. Come at me, the socialist, from the perspective of owning a summer house. Yeah, you're gonna win on that front optically, you know? What about people who have real estate holdings in 17 cities? You know, I don't give a shit, okay? You want to go vacationing once a year, you can go to a goddamn lodge, all right? There are plenty of provisions you could make that wouldn't involve you owning a separate house. The government's not going to give you two, you know? Why not have summer reallocations? Why would that happen? There's living somewhere and there's staying in a hotel or a lodge or any kind of like dedicated temporary provision, but you wouldn't own that. Why would you own that? Yeah, there can be summer homes, but you couldn't own one. You could go to one, but that would be, you'd pay for that. That'd be more like a hotel, right? Socialist timeshares? Ugh, nobody likes timeshares. Salvi, this would be literally less of a logistical nightmare than the current system we have now. Well, you don't own it, Vosh. Like, have an arrangement where you could live in one place most of the year, then swap out during the summer. Okay, but then who goes into your house while you're doing that? Like, it just sits there empty, wasting space? You mean you have a separate family where you just, like, switch, like, they live in the summer home half the year, and then you switch like that? I don't know, sometimes maybe. This sounds fascist to me. The answer is no. No summer homes. Nobody, it's in the middle of nowhere with a nice forest view. Why would the government give you a separate nice house with a forest view? What social purpose does that serve? This is bourgeois frivolity, okay? You can go to a lodge. Yeah, like cabin resort homes. You can rent those for like a month or two, but you would pay for them. The government can rent out housing for summer use for 1 week at a time, cheap and yeah, but that would be rented properly, like a hotel or a lodge or whatever else. Yeah, that's not decommodified housing. That's bourgeois luxury. If you want that, you're paying for it. What if the government built and maintained these summer homes? Yeah, I mean, you're just talking about like them running a resort or a lodge or whatever. How would lodges or hotels even exist in the scenario? Those aren't decommodified. I'm only talking about decommodified housing. The logistics of this seem just as bad. I don't think the logistics of what I'm describing is bad. How do you pay for things in a decommodified society? You don't. But I'm not talking about a decommodified society. I'm talking about decommodified housing. That can happen, Kitch 20. If land is decommodified, then holiday resorts would need to be too? No? No. Housing is decommodified and the land on it is owned by the government, but that doesn't mean that, like, hotels would need to be decommodified. I'm just talking about housing. Are the farms decommodified? The farmers would be liquidated. We talked about this. How would renovations, floor plan changes be approached in the system? Would you have to run by the government every time you put a nail in the wall? I imagine there'd be local rules. It would probably depend on like the county or the municipality or whatever. Sure. But you wouldn't be able to make big alterations to your housing unless it was approved by the government. Sure. Yeah. They would probably just have like, you know, maintenance people would be like, oh, you want to do that? Okay. Or they would do it. If you paid them, you know, you pay the government, or you can do it yourself. Yeah. Basically the same as with landlords today. Be kind of a case-by-case thing. Yeah, even privately owned homes have to follow requirements when it comes to stuff, right? There are regulations on residential development. Even if you own the house that you live in, you can't just do whatever to it. Oh, Nicky Bugs, that's a whole other question. Not the same kind you're talking about. Yeah, they are. What would we do with the current summer homes with no value other than being vacation space? Would they just be empty? Sure, yeah, I guess. The government would probably just let them rot. If they could be turned into useful property, they should, but really depends on how far out they are. If they could be turned into regular housing. Seems wasteful. Well, if there's something there that could be wasted, the government should take it, of course. Why do people care so much about summer homes? I don't know. I grew up in Los Angeles. My summer home was the home that I grew up in. These people live in, I don't know, like New York or Chicago or something, and it gets cold and they like the, you know, the log cabin. I don't know. I don't even know. When I picture a summer home, I'm thinking of like some giant A-frame log cabin that costs $2 million overlooking a private lake. I know they're not mostly like that, but that's what I think of. That's what's in my head. You bourgeois fucks. I don't know, Muck. How many people does this apply for? I don't know. I think I've answered enough hypotheticals. We're 30 minutes out from the end of stream, and I feel like I've spent the entire goddamn day on this. Not that I mind the hypothetical discussion, but like, Jesus Christ. It's really, the thing that gets me about this is just like, it's the capitalist realist thing. I'm not saying that my ideas are perfect or whatever. I'm basically just reiterating a pretty simple and easy to understand iteration of decommodified housing logic. But like the thing that gets me, I guess, is a lot of people asking questions that betrays their misunderstanding of how the system currently is. Oh, you mean people would have control over whether or not you live there? They do already. You mean people could control whether or not you could make renovations? They do already. You mean you could be ousted with it? They do already. You mean they do already. All of these things already exist. The only difference is that you're paying a fuck ton of money, and rather than having an electable government official that you can appeal to if there's a problem, it's a corporation that can do literally whatever they want. Anything they want. You think anything holds them? They're entirely profit driven. You think that housing is a elastic enough market that they will respond to shifts in? I'm sorry, have you ever heard of a bad rental company going out of business because people didn't like how they handled their rental properties? Because I never have. Seems like a pretty strong disconnect between quality of service and whether or not they make a lot of money. We did, Arrow. What's the regulations surrounding building your own home? That depends on the area. You'd have to look up. That's probably like a county and city thing. How would this system handle eminent domain? Pretty easily, considering it would be all government run and owned already, right? Just imagine VGG making the same complaints about the concept of public healthcare. It is true that a lot of people in chat have literally been doing the death panels, the government chooses your doctor things that Republicans were doing for years and years under the Obama administration. Like, the exact logic and the exact arguments being applied to housing rather than to healthcare. You mean the government's going to be able to decide who my doctor is? You mean the government is going to get to decide who can or can't receive medical treatment? That sounds dystopian. Which people effortlessly identified, at least I hope you would have, as conservative nonsense warbling back then. But, you know. You literally said the government could evict you. You can already be evicted right now by a landowner. Also, yeah, the government could make decisions about whether or not you could receive certain health care. Yeah, of course the government could evict you. Obviously, evictions happen. That's life. Grow up. Yeah, the government can eminent domain your ass if they want. Yeah, me introducing the concept of police and law to people. You're telling me that if I beat my child, I could go to prison? The majority of people live in homes that they or their family own. They can't just be evicted. They can be eminent domained. There are systems the government can use to oust people from housing if they want to. Also, they can be removed from it because they can't pay their property taxes, or other things can force them out. Also, I should add, I just don't care. Sorry. You have been privileged. They got those houses during a period of time when widespread land and capital accumulation was not as rampant as it is today. We see now what the end state of this economic system always was. I just don't care. I don't fucking care, dude. I'm sorry. I grew up in LA. You know what homeowners are? Parasites. All of them. Every last one. They go to all their local fucking meetings and vote against new property development so they can keep homeless people on the streets, poor people out of the city, just so that their fucking retirement package, their house, they can sell for $60 trillion once they've decided to go move to Florida and drown as the sea tide takes them, okay? I don't give a fuck. They are a politically repugnant group of people, all right? I don't care. I'm sorry. There are lots of business owners in America too, you know, and I think they would also probably, on average, live much, much better lives in a you know a broadly communistic economic system, or at least a workers you know, a workers democracy. It's different outside of LA and San Francisco. No, it's not. That's cope. It's more magnified in coastal cities. That trend, what homeownership does and means, is everywhere. You turn your house, the place you live, into an investment that you want to sell off. How do you keep an investment worthwhile? You make sure its value appreciates. How do you make sure the value of property appreciates? By making sure the supply is limited. The trends follow everywhere. It's what happens when housing is commodified. Because you couldn't own housing, Satanic Cabal. God willing, may we live to see a future where the idea of a person owning a home is as repugnant to the minds of everyone as the idea of a person owning another human. Let children grow up and in elementary school learn that in years past, Americans used to own land like petty dictators. They could own that land and do whatever they wanted with it. They could make any manipulation they wanted to the local market, keep black or poor people from being able to afford housing in the area. They voted in collectives to keep cities stagnant. But then we got rid of all that and things were better. God willing, everyone pray. So if you got 1/4 an acre of land from your grandpa living in a trailer is as bad as a California McMansion owner, you are a repugnant whiner. I despise you. Your blood is thin and it would run clear if you were cut. I hate you, gay hong. You're not gay. You're straight. Whining. Your broad criticisms of the nature of commodifying land that people live on, well, you're targeting me and my... I don't give a shit about the 1/4 acre of land you got from your grandpa living in a trailer, okay? Come on. You know... What do you think the government's going to do if they took that land? What do you think? What? The government's going to reallocate your trailer? Like, oh, the bureaucrat for your county has decided, actually, you must be moved from your... Are you kidding? You think people are fighting for that? Come on. Jesus Christ. Everyone, you know, everyone in chat is a cosmopolitan socialite. And then you say, hey, decommodify housing, the thing I've believed for years. And then it's like, oh, what about all of the log cabins that I've built next to lakes? What about all the trailers that I live in on the 1/4 acre of land that I bought for $6 and a stick of dynamite? You know, like, come on. We will make every home a summer home. How would artists be treated in your system? I don't understand what you mean. No shot I left for 30 minutes. We're still on this. It's been like 2 hours, not just 30 minutes, but you're right. We have to move on now. This is ridiculous. I keep saying I want to move on, then I see something else. Like I'm about to do right now. Vosh, I say this coming from one such family. A lot of this stuff is sentimental value attached to property that's been in a family for long stretches. Okay? If that property is in an area that is in high demand and you no longer occupy it or meet requirements for efficient use of that land, then I'm sorry. If you want to keep it, then stay on it. And if you want to keep it but not stay on it, then get the fuck over it. I just like sentimental value. This is the you know what is sentimental? Fascism. Fascism is sentimental. The union of kitchen futurism, always looking backwards while running forwards, okay? That's sentimental, all right? Don't talk to me about sentimentality. We're talking about policy. You will keep your damn homes. Okay, we need to move on. What is your alternative to summer homes then? The alternative to summer homes then, Satanic Cabal, is me holding you up by your ankles and shaking you for all of your bourgeois cash. I will grab you by your ankles and jostle thousands out of you, you bloated wealthy fuck. The alternative to summer homes? I grew up in Beverly Hills and the idea of owning a summer home sounded ludicrous to me then. What summer home are you talking about? Good Lord. Maybe it's more of an East Coast thing. I don't know. Or a Northeast thing. Jesus, what's the alternative to summer homes? Please stop looking at chat. You're right, I have to stop. Weren't we going to move on? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. You know what? Fuck it. Stream runs late today. All right, everyone. We're doing it. I need to piss. More stream today. Extra stream. More streaming. I do have to piss, though. I don't know why.
I need a shower.
Do you want to run in now? Okay. I don't know. Oh, well, just let me know when you want to go in. Yeah. Sympathetic as I am to the cause of abolishing slavery, I do declare myself a little flustered. How would I have 4 slave boys hold up my southern genteel palanquin, on which I would ride, while sipping my julep and tea? What system would be in place to offer me this delight in the absence of slavery? Okay, so I'm not engaging anymore. To everyone that I disagreed with, I love you. None of this is going to happen in my lifetime anyway. Okay. Well, this isn't a surprise. So a couple of months back, a bunch of advertisers fled Twitter after a hate speech watchdog group wrote an article identifying the fact that you could very well see advertisements posted alongside neo-Nazi propaganda on Twitter. Elon Musk got really mad over this. You know, he threatened to sue. You know, based literally like, how dare you make articles showing how Nazi my site is? You know, I'm just over here constantly engaging with racial IQ statistics. Not a joke. He does that all the time. You know, how dare you say this? And he filed a lawsuit and it seems to have been thrown out. Nice. Not even letting it go to court. Fantastic. I love, because you know, the whole point of lawsuits like this is for ultra wealthy people like Elon to bully others into silence, you know? This is, the entire point is just, they're slap suits. That's it, you know? Fuck you, shut up, I have infinite money, I can shut you down. Even if you win this court case, even if you win rather quickly, it's expensive defending yourself against somebody like Elon Musk, you know? The judge ruled the lawsuit was intended to punish the Center for Countering Digital Hate for publishing research suggesting there's been a rise in bigoted speech in the platform since Elon Musk's takeover. Oh man, I know that like the legality of this varies, you know? I just really wish they could countersue, or like the courts could crush Elon for this. There need to be slap suits need to be punished so harshly. You're abusing the legal system to silence people. It's disgusting. It's repugnant. Yeah. They have to put Elon's balls in the device. They have to twist. Through the lawsuit, Twitter claimed the Center for Countering Digital Hate used flawed methodologies to advance incorrect, misleading narratives in its reports. The judge ruled on Monday that the lawsuit was unabashedly and vociferously, ameliorate, about punishing the defendants for their speech. Yeah, even the judge is just flatly like, yeah, no, this is just a slap suit. The judge approved the center's request to throw out the lawsuit based on California's anti-slap law. There we go. Good. Not every state has one of these, which provides defendants a way to quickly dismiss meritless lawsuits if they're being sued for actions that amount to them exercising their freedom of speech, press, assembly, or petition. In addition to tossing the case, the judge also denied Twitter's request to replead the case. They requested? Shameless. Shameless. Dismissed with incredible prejudice. Smacking that shit down. Musk, a self-proclaimed free speech absolutist, you know, out here throwing down slap suits for people's First Amendment speech. In practice, however, the platform has been lenient to those who post hateful or extremist content while cracking down on speech that's critical of the platform of Musk. Yeah, right now, I have literally seen, maybe you guys saw it too, someone posted, I hate gay people, I hate black people, I hate trans people, I hate cis people, and only the I hate cis people got marked with the this violates our extremist rules for extreme hate speech. So like Elon is literally doing the cartoon version of running Twitter right now. I've seen multiple people say that they can get unbanned for basically anything by in the unban appeal saying they were reported by Antifa extremists for their conservative values. It's just, it's so dumb, you know, it's so fucking dumb. Yeah, the woke mob reported me. It'll work, yeah. Your free speech is being suppressed. Fantastic stuff. Hilarious that it's basically a cheat code, yeah. I have a feeling, this is just my guess, by the way, but I have a feeling that since Elon is leaning on the ship really hard with Twitter, my guess is that the people who manage unbans for Twitter are probably just like halfway to suicide, you know? Like they were doing their job and Elon was like, listen, I don't want any conservatives getting banned for their free speech, okay? So, you know, if anyone's conservative, unban them, right? Basically, Elon's like, I don't want cat turd yelling at me anymore. It makes me sad. So if anyone says that they were banned for being a conservative, you let them right the fuck back in. And that's it. You know, that's all I care about, really. Unbans are probably handled by Grok at this point. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they just edited the algorithm. Let's see here. Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun to step down. Not surprising, considering this has been a disastrous couple months for Boeing. Stepped down by year-end in a broad management shakeup brought on by the plane maker's sprawling safety crisis, exacerbated by a mid-air panel blowout in January. Hey, I know this place. Immediately after the Jan 5th panel blowout, airline executives expressed support for Calhoun, but those good feelings ebbed after additional production delays and as regulators detailed quality problems at its key manufacturing hub outside Seattle. You know, you can oversee the whole thing. That's like the main plant at Boeing. When you're driving up to Seattle, there on the 5, it overlooks the Boeing plant. It's kind of wild. I mean, it's so massive, and you can see it so clearly from the highway. Trying to see if I can get a good photo of what it looks like. Huh. I can't find a good photo for it. The campus for it is massive. This isn't from the freeway or whatever, but like the Boeing facility stretches out enormously, all around the place with its massive depots and so on. It's always pretty wild. Now, of course, whenever I see it, you know, I'm just thinking like, I wonder what they're fucking up right now. You know, I wonder what's going wrong at this exact moment. Where are the bolts hiding? I remember taking tours there. It's incomprehensible to people who haven't been there how big the buildings are. Oh, yeah, fully. They're enormous. Anyway, there's not much for me to say on the CEO retiring or like being ousted. Pretty obvious what's going to happen. Twitter has been selling data for government surveillance. Oh, The Intercept, huh? Elon Musk fought government surveillance while profiting off government surveillance. Musk made hay of his legal battle against secret surveillance, but continued selling, I've given money before, Twitter user data to a company that facilitates government monitoring. Yeah, remember, not the first time I've mentioned this, but in addition to him openly supporting neo-Nazis on Twitter and throwing down slap suits at people for pointing that out, Elon Musk has also been approving more censorship requests from governments than his predecessors did, you know? The absolute highlight of which being when he started banning people critical of Erdogan, and some Elon fans were like, yo, why are you literally banning people for criticizing an authoritarian government? And he was like, Erdogan threatened to take down Twitter in Turkey. How could I not? Just fully defending it during election season as well, right? Yeah. The company is itself in the business of government surveillance of social media. Under the new ownership of Elon Musk, Twitter had continued the litigation until its defeat in January. The suit was aimed at overturning a governmental ban on disclosing the receipt of requests, known as national security letters, that compel companies to turn over everything from user metadata to private direct messages. Companies that receive these requests are typically legally bound to keep the request secret and can only disclose the number they've received in a given year in vague numerical ranges. I love modernity. I love modernity. I love modernity. In its petition to the Supreme Court last September, Twitter's attorneys took up the banner of communications privacy. History demonstrates that the surveillance of electronic communications is both a fertile ground for government abuse and a lightning rod political topic of intense concern to the public. After the court declined to take up the case in January, Musk responded, tweeting, disappointed that the Supreme Court declined to hear the matter. The court's refusal to take the case on ended Twitter's legal bid, but the company and Musk had positioned themselves at the forefront of a battle on behalf of internet users for greater transparency about government surveillance. I can feel myself slurring some of these words because I used up all of my talk juice on arguing about fucking communism for 3 hours with chat. And now I'm reading the article with the $5 words, folks. You know, you can only constantly talking is very tiring, especially when you're reading from an article and not just free flowing. That's your fault, TBH. Me? Me responsible for things I choose to do? Ridiculous. Honestly, offensive, homophobic. Bro never got picked to read in class. Bro volunteered to read in class, but none of my classes lasted 3 hours. However, emails between the U.S. Secret Service and the surveillance firm Data Miner obtained by The Intercept from a FOIA request, love our FOIA requests, show Twitter is in an awkward position, profiting from the sale of user data for government surveillance purposes at the same time as it was fighting secrecy around another flavor of state surveillance in court. While national security letters allow the government to make targeted demands for non-public data on an individual basis, companies like Data Miner, very non-sinister name here, by the way, continuously monitor public activity on social media and other internet platforms. Data Miner provides its customers with customized, real-time alerts on desired topics, giving clients like police departments a form of social media omniscience. The alert allows police to, for example, automatically track a protest as it moves from its planning stages into the streets without requiring police officials to do any time-intensive searches. Although Data Miner defends First Alert, its government surveillance platform, as a public safety tool that helps first responders act quickly to sudden crises, the tool has been repeatedly shown to be used by police to monitor First Amendment-protected online political speech and real-world protests. The thing that really sucks, too, is that potentially this could be an amazing tool for something like a mass shooting, because you know that if a shooting happens at a university campus, there will be tweets about it with certain keywords that show up over and over, like 10 seconds after it starts. So if there was some way to, like, oh, fire or shooting or something, get people on the ground immediately, that does sound cool. But you know goddamn well that police are like, yeah, I want to know if anybody's using the term union. If anyone's using the term union, that would be really good, because we got approached by a corporate executive recently, and they wanted us to make sure that people using the word union were followed, you know? It's a powerful tool. Data Miner has long touted its special relationship with Twitter as integral to First Alert. Twitter previously owned a stake in Data Miner, though divested before Musk's purchase. Unlike other platforms it surveils by scraping user content, Data Miner pays for privileged access to Twitter through the company's, quote, firehose, a direct, unfiltered feed of every single piece of user content ever shared publicly to the platform. Watching everything that happens on Twitter in real time is key to Data Miner's pitch to the government. The company essentially leases indirect access to this massive spray of information, with Data Miner acting as an intermediary between Twitter's servers and a multitude of police, intelligence, and military agencies. Cool. Cool? Cool. While it was unclear whether under Musk, Twitter would continue leasing access to its users to Data Miner, and by extension the government, the emails from the Secret Service confirmed that as of last summer, the social media platform was still very much in the government surveillance business. Oh. This is 15 pages of correspondence between Data Miner and the U.S. Secret Service. Interesting, interesting. This would be a lot to read really quickly. Let me see if I can identify keywords. Data Miner has a unique contractual relationship with Twitter, whereby we have real-time access to the full stream of all publicly available tweets. Part of this contractual relationship. Law enforcement, state and federal level. Elon tweeted Twitter was going to pay the legal fees for a doctor who spoke out about the vaccine. Oh, he's always doing shit like this. Twitter is proud to help Dr. Kulvinder Kaur Gill against the government-supported efforts to cancel her speech. Nice. Yeah, he's always doing shit like this, whatever. He lied about a lot of it, too. Didn't he say he would cover the legal fees of, like, a bunch of people a year and a half ago, and then nothing ever came of it? Probably because he was lying. He just says stuff. You know? Was it Jan 6 stuff? I don't remember what it was about. Okay. Yeah, this seems this has been a brutal process. We are being asked now to justify fiscal year 24 funds for things we still haven't even gotten access to use. What a mess. Agree we should chat after holiday week. I'm on AL for all the holiday week after Monday. Wait. At Data Miner. This is a Secret Service account, isn't it? Because this is from at dataminer.com, so that would imply this one. This is just a Secret Service guy being like, you know, man, these people are running me ragged, you know? All right. Musk promised to cover legal fees of people fired over tweets. Yeah, what came of that? According to an email from the Secret Service in the same thread, the agency's interest in data miner was unambiguous. The whole point of this contract is to use the information for law enforcement purposes. Let's see. Ripe for government abuse. Twitter turns around and sells the data miner fire hose to public posts. Okay. Unfortunately, man, the real thing that I want to know, the real thing that I want to have details on that they can't provide because they're secret, you know? The real thing I want to know is the exact details of the censorship requests made to Twitter by authoritarian governments. What did the Turkish government say, you know? Because I bet you there's some incredibly mask-off shit, right? There is some, like, wildly, blatantly out there stuff that they've said, just fully like, you know, get rid of my opponents, whatever. I would love to see that, but that information would have to be like leaked. That couldn't be FOIA'd. Yeah, I guess we'll see. What is this? Charges dropped against Ontario cops in shooting that killed toddler. 3 OPP officers who were accused in a deadly police shooting that killed a father and toddler in Kawartha Lakes, Ontario. Incident happened 2020. I don't really know how the Canadian legal system works. Bulmer said the Crown had no evidence to disprove the officers' version of events, which showed they fired their weapons in self-defense. Toddlers have that, like, baby strength. You know, they could get you, right? Can't underestimate them. All right, they followed their training to the letter. Could you defeat a toddler? Effortlessly. But 2 toddlers at once. Whew. That's a lot of strength, you know? Toddlers are like ants, you know, a very disproportionate strength relative to their size. The average toddler can carry up to 50 times its own body weight. Sorry, I was determining how annoying a given chatter was, and I decided that they are. There we go. The results of my research. Georgia wants to ban changing gender and sweeping new anti-LGBTQ plus law. Guys, this is the country Georgia, not the state of Georgia. To be clear. The new crackdown comes a month after the South Caucasus country was granted EU candidate status. What does it even mean to be part of the EU? Okay, really? The Caucasus? Really? Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Sorry you had to make it. Well, in fairness, I don't know if everyone would have seen the flag behind the pride flag. Like, yeah. Also, could easily apply to, the state or the country. Georgia is in Europe. Okay, come on. Come on. Like, we're really... It is? No, come on. Can we be real for a fucking second? Okay, at least Turkey has a little dip over here in the, in the Balkans, right? But like Georgia's on the other end. Okay, come on. It's in Eurasia. Yeah, well, it's not the Eurasian Union, it's the European Union. Everybody knows that Europe ends where Russia begins, okay? Russia, the reason they're so angry and drunk over there is because they've long wanted to be French aristocrats, and they aren't. They're just not. The line, this black line right here is biologically where Europe ends. Okay? Right there. Yep, right along there. All the way up to the top. That's not how it works, bro. Yes, it is. Okay, everything to the east of that is biologically Asian, and everything over here is biologically European. Moscow and St. Petersburg is basically Europe. Yeah, because they've been LARPing as aristocrats, okay? Because of the French nobility. No, don't buy it, okay? They're doing blackface over here. Except it's French blackface. Don't buy it. Moscow, St. Petersburg, to Hong Kong with you. As many people have noted, Moscow is closer to China than it is to France. Anyway, Georgia's on the other side of the line. True? True? Question mark? It literally isn't. The line is above it. Oh, chat. The draft legislation set out by the governing Georgian Dream Party on Monday aims to prohibit people from changing their gender, as well as outlaw same-sex couples from adopting children. According to Georgian Dream's executive chair, Mamuka Mdinaradze, Georgia's constitution should be amended to allow marriage of only a union of a single genetic male and a single genetic female. This is what we like to call transgender cultural victory, that all of these so-called like trad countries are like, a marriage is between a biological XX gamete genetic female and a biological XY, like, it's very funny. They can't even say man and woman anymore. In an echo of anti-LGBTQ propaganda laws introduced in Russia, blah, blah, blah. Last year's Pride event in the capital, Tbilisi, was evacuated after far-right protesters stormed the site, which the police failed to secure. Organizers blame Georgian authorities for having coordinated with anti-LGBTQ activists. Man, isn't it awesome how homophobia and transphobia directly correspond to being shithole countries? Trump had the right thinking on this one, just wrongly applied. My theory is such: homophobia and transphobia just makes you a disgusting, wretched, poverty-stricken, worthless country, Just makes you a shithole country. And if Georgia, the country of Georgia, nation state, not America state, if they would simply suck more cock, they would be cool. Yeah, state too, to be fair. Sexism too, just look at Iran. Whoa. Slow your roll, okay? Sexism is a foundational building block of civilization, all right? Iran has survived, generations of colonial interference and has risen to be the strongest power in its region purely on the back of it making the ladies wear big hats, you know? Without those big hats, who knows where they'd be right now? Do they? Yes. I'm telling you, Lord Gascoigne. Not too surprising. Is this perhaps a little more surprising? Florida will ban anyone under 14 owning a social media account from January 2025, deleting existing accounts. The bill was signed today by Governor DeSantis. Companies can be sued on the kids' behalf and may be liable for up to $10,000 in damages each. How would you enforce that? How would you enforce that? The bill is expected to face legal challenges. Yeah, I bet. The longtime dream of everyone over 14. Yeah. Those who are 14 or 15 will need a parent's consent before they join a platform. How are you going to enforce that? Companies that fail to do so can be sued by half the child who creates an account on the platform. Wait, what if a kid just lies about their age requirement thing? Wait, how do you enforce any of this? What? The minor could be awarded up to $10,000 in damages according to the bill. Companies found to be in violation of the law would be liable for up to $50,000 per violation, as well as attorney's fees and court costs. How would you do that? This seems impossible. Oh, knowing better talked about it? Okay. The replies are laughing. Kids will just lie. It's not 1995 anymore. Age verification is more sophisticated than a drop-down menu. I knew what this meant, but I wanted a screenshot to prove it. Turns out it's much worse than Dexerto is letting on. Okay? This law does what the article describes. It requires social media websites to delete any accounts from people under 14. Section 2 states, any site that publishes or distributes materials harmful to minors must perform age verification. Okay, that would be all websites, basically. If by publishes or distributes material harmful to minors, that's basically everything. That's just everything, you know. Sounds reasonable, but what is harmful material? The first answer you might think of is porn, right? That's definitely part of it. You know what else is? LGBTQ propaganda. Anything the average Floridian would consider to appeal to the prurient interest. That's a legal term for lustful thoughts. Anything having to do with nudity or sex. Note that both depictions and descriptions fall under the definition as well. The law states it must also not have any literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, but let's be real here. Florida already did this with books in libraries and schools. They're talking about material that depicts or discusses anything LGBT-related. The Texas law, which Pornhub protested a few weeks ago, which also requires age verification, is written the exact same way. All these news agencies seem to be burying the lead when they laugh about VPNs and being born on January 1st, 1900. What these laws mean in practice is you will have to enter your ID or use a credit card in order to prove you're 18 to even read about sex ed or LGBT anything. So then these sites are going to do the same thing that Pornhub did, and they're just not going to operate in Florida because they're not going to want to have state selective verification off of IDs. They're just going to, like, you just won't have social media in Florida. All right, nice. We're getting Florida off the goddamn internet. But then they'll win because it stops young people from organizing and educating themselves on that. Florida is going to sink into the sea in a few years anyway. I say this is great, you know. This is fantastic. Hey guys, you'll all finally be able to talk about the good stuff Castro did online without 70,000 people jumping into the replies saying, my grandparents had all their slaves taken away from them by, yeah, this is it. It's time. Florida, afuera. Florida will become a second North Korea. Yeah, Governor Ron DeSantis pursuing a Jucheist approach towards state management, a true self-sufficiency. They'll be out there wrestling gators for meat. I do feel bad for the people in Florida, like there are a bunch of gay kids in Miami or whatever, the whole point is to isolate them, right? That's what they want. The Nazi theory of queerness is that it's a form of degeneracy that infects a population like a disease. Governor Ron DeSantis is trying to, block off Florida, right, from the outside influence, from the, the gay propaganda. Now, I have been to Miami, and let me tell you, the gay propaganda is coming from within the house, okay? So, not exactly, yeah. Not, sorry, the infection is spread. It was there a long time ago, That ain't new. But yeah, it's sad. I mean, it really does seem like we're entering an era where like a bunch of red states are just going to wall off the internet because they want to make it a culture war thing, but at the same time, it's also because they just they want to stop the spread. They think they can isolate their electorate. One other consequence this is going to have, though, is it's going to further slow the population growth in Texas and Florida. They got a lot of people for a while because the tech industry kind of moved out from the West Coast and people wanted cheaper housing. In addition to rent costs having skyrocketed in Texas and Florida, like, how many people do you think are going to willingly move to Texas when it's banned Pornhub? I know that sounds dumb, and there are plenty of people who don't use Pornhub, but that is just such a shithole country third world thing. Like, you would hear that when visiting Iran, right? Like, hey, welcome to Iran. Obviously, you can't access porn sites while you're here, because it's like, oh yeah, because this is like a weird, foreign, repressive, authoritarian, hyper-religious society, Sure. In the common imagination, even to a conservative, the idea of the government just essentially banning a site like that, it's very unappealing. Certainly to, certainly to your average tech worker, I imagine. So cons don't like this too. I think this is one of those things where the people who like this are the like loud, mom's concerned citizen, suburban boomer types or whatever. I don't really know. I don't think it works out well in the long run in terms of appealing to people. It's just weird to think about, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm speaking from a personal perspective here. I don't like porn sites, like live action porn sites or whatever. I for reasons that have nothing to do with me being a furry, because I'm not one. I like drawn furry porn, like big 8-foot tall wolf guys. But the idea of being in an environment where Pornhub is banned anyway just feels very odd. It kind of feels like the sword of Damocles, like hanging overhead, like, if the government is capable of being that morally puritanical and that conservative, like, it's just a weird thing to think about. I don't know. These people mocked other cultures for this growing up. Yeah, Swagador Dali. If you guys will remember, after 9/11, one of the big conservative lines was like, yeah, we love America, guns, beers, and titties. Save America by wearing an American flag bikini and having your big old titties out. They hate freedom over there in Muslim land. Those towel heads hate our freedom. Yeehaw. Like, that was the conservative line for about 15 years. They hate us for our freedoms. Muslims are all emotionally and sexually repressed weirdos. They're religious fundamentalists, unlike us. And now, of course, everything has changed. Andrew Tate pretends to be a Muslim. The online alt-right can't decide whether or not they want, like, papal supremacy, a holy Orthodox patriarch, or a caliphate established in America. They just like the aesthetic of a hyper-puritanical religion. You know, it's all shifted over completely. Banning porn sites? DeSantis previously vetoed a more restrictive version of this bill that would have banned social media accounts for kids under 16. Huh. I've said this before, so I want to say it again, just to be clear. I do think that social media has extremely strong negative mental health effects on everyone, including on young, especially for young people. Obviously, I don't think the best way to deal with that is by giving the reins of power to puritanical moral fascists who use it as a bludgeon against queer people. You know, that, like, the two completely separate points of discussion. Do you think DeSantis will enforce this on Elon, Vosh? I guess we'll have to see. It is pretty wild, you know? What we really need in terms of social media for young people, we need social media for young people that's basically like, social media for young people should have been the local multiplayer for a Nintendo DS. That was social media for young people that worked. That would facilitate good mental health, all right? Social media for young people is you get a state-provided Nintendo DS, and sometimes you get to, like, draw on like a little digital canvas with people nearby. That's enough. That's all you need, really. Maybe you could get, like, a social media equivalent of the Hearthstone, you know, like, chat thing where there's just 6 things you can say. Social media should be like Twitter, except you can only construct messages the way, like, Dark Souls messages get, you know what I mean? Well played. Waiting. God, that would blow, though. Yeah, well, it's life. Well met. Whenever I think of the Hearthstone things, I remember of either Thrall or the Ranger guy. What's his name? I forget. Rexar, thank you. I will crush you. Yeah. Anyone else feel like it really all did peak in Mists of Pandaria? I've played a lot of WoW, okay? That Mists of Pandaria really hit the big trifecta for me, you know? Excellent raids. Throne of Thunder and Siege of Orgrimmar are peak. No getting around that. Excellent leveling zone. Pandaria was fucking phenomenal to level in. Anyone who disagrees is insane. Beautiful. So fun to go through, you know? And then finally, the politics. The fact that the final boss of Mists of Pandaria was literally like a racialist fascist dictator who had purged a capital city of the world that you, like, had been using for a decade and a half prior to that, and was, like, mounting some, you know, old god fueled war against the rest of the races. So good. Just hated the talent rework. I wasn't that negative about it, but yeah, it could have been better. Can you have a summer house? In Orgrimmar? No, you could have a summer house in Warlords of Draenor, though. Okay. I wish, Lily Creme. I loved Garrosh. Okay. What happened in Warlords? It was after my time. A guy got a shard of a time dragon from the guy and went to another time to try to do the thing to make them invade with the good this time, but it went bad, but it went good, and there was a portal, and they went to the portal, and there was you went to Draenor before the shit went down, and you got to do the thing with the orcs, and some of them were bad, but some was good, and then the guy demons happened anyway. I think I got that about right. Diddy's Los Angeles home raided by Homeland Security in connection with a federal sex trafficking case. Okay. Diddy is bad, right? I can't keep track of music, people. He's bad, right?
We do have someone on the line right now, Hal Kemper. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you can make light of what we're looking at in terms of Homeland Security making entry into the Holmby Hills mansion of Sean Combs.
Sandra, this is a Homeland Security investigation. Certainly
holy shit.
Had been.
Woo! Man, you know you're in for a good time when Homeland Security shows up in the goddamn fucking Batmobile.
Rescinded, allowing them to look back many years in this aspects of it. If there was
sorry guys, under socialism, houses like this are getting liquidated.
Any online, of course, he traveled a combination of both local and gathering up any electronic media requires a
could take a lot of time in.
Hey, Sandra, yes, we just got that statement from the Department of Homeland Security that I was trying to get for you guys about 10 minutes ago. It doesn't say a whole lot, but it says this is attributed to Homeland Security investigations. Earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations New York executed law enforcement actions.
Wait, hold on 1 second.
As part of an ongoing today, Homeland Security Investigations New York executed.
Well, guess that's the end of him. I mean, it is what it is. What did he actually do? Well, it's for a sex trafficking case, right? So presumably something like that. This is the kind of house I want to live in. Oh yeah, socialism will let you keep that, I'm sure. I think that's it for stuff today. I've got tons of stuff that I want to talk about tomorrow too. I have to read a lot of donations. Yeah, if you're still watching in spite of the 3-hour stun lock, you fool. But also, I'm going to read donations now, and we'll do more tomorrow. Does anyone else have the fucking Siege of Orgrimmar opening cinematic just locked in their brain sometimes so that every once in a while at like random points in time, it just replays in your head? I don't know what that is. Can we watch it? Yeah, I guess there's no reason why we couldn't. I'm about to read donations anyway. Fuck it, why not? Yeah, sure. I don't really have a point to make about any of this. The context is that Garrosh, the big orc guy, is the leader of the Horde, and he's been acting kind of wacky for a while now. And he's approaching the, like, sacred veil where the heart of an old god is kept. Because he wants to eat it. I haven't watched this in ages, man. Man, Pandaria was so fucking pretty.
It thirsts. Bring it to the pools.
I love his VA too. He always delivers such good VA work. The guy who does Garrosh.
Enough! You have run rampant for far too long, Hellscream. But that stops.
The mouth movement is fantastic. Yeah, it's all from in-game models, which I always thought was really cute.
Step aside, Pandaren. You confront a force beyond reckoning. Your father dabbled in powers beyond reckoning. Where is he now?
He's dead, guys. Grom died. He lived? He didn't live. The second Grom lived, the first Grom died.
I have fought beside the Tauren, trolls, and others. You are nothing like them.
I love Jujutsu Kaisen.
Are no longer part of my horde.
The best part of every WoW raid trailer was when they give you the, like, here's all the bosses you're going to die to.
They will come for you. Yes, I'm counting on it. The armies of the world will come for me. And within my fortress, they will face all the terrible creatures,
including a dinosaur.
The boundless power I have mastered. And one by one, they will fall at my feet. Anyone who would rise against my new horde will be impaled upon the spires of Orgrimmar. You Pandaren tried to bury your hate and your anger.
No idea what I'm looking at. This guy seems fascist. Yeah, just a little.
It must be unleashed! A time will come when you will answer for your crimes. I answer to no one! Burn in the fires of my hatred.
So goddamn hype, dude. Yeah, does anyone remember when Blizzard made good shit? I remember. Well, I've been reminded at least. I remember. Good-ass raid. The actual location of the raid is the city of Orgrimmar, which is like a main capital city that you've been playing in for like fucking 15 years. So after you do some preliminary stuff elsewhere, you go there and there's like tank traps all on the shores outside Orgrimmar and you're like fighting your way in. And a lot of the things that you fight on your way in are like former leaders of the horde that turned with Garrosh. And it's basically just all orcs and a few goblins because he's an orc supremacist. It was so good. Yeah, he's Orkler. I have not seen Dark Souls Archthrone yet, but I want to. Was that Overwatch? Man, Overwatch fell off then. Good lord. What are your thoughts on the Thrall versus Garrosh 1v1 cinematic? I didn't like it. I don't know. Are people thirsting for the orc? Everyone is always thirst for Garrosh. People have always thirsted for him. Are you kidding me? What do you think about that Thrall v Garrosh 1v1? I don't know. That just felt unsatisfying to me. Genuinely, actually, isn't Thrall like the only morally good Horde leader? Like in the end, they all end up being bad or dumb. Well, no. It's the main problem is that Garrosh was Hitler and Sylvanas is Hitler. The trolls in Tauren have always been pretty morally good, and the goblins are just doing their own thing. I don't really think the goblins are evil, kind of. They're just, you know, they're just being wacky. They're just wacky guys. The goblins have a really weird origin story in World of Warcraft lore. They were literally like subhuman slaves who were used by their lords to mine crystals from the earth. And the crystals ended up having a chemical property that enhanced their intelligence. So over time, this like legion of slaves got smarter and smarter and eventually like fucking whiz-bang MacGyvered their way into freedom. Now they're Ancapistan. Yeah, they're like hyper-capitalist. The Blood Elf leader is fine. I guess so. It's basically it's Garrosh and Sylvanas, really. Yes, the goblins are all very Mad Max coded. They have cars in the fantasy universe. The characters had a lot more depth in Warcraft 3. Yeah. My favorite were always the, wait, let me make sure I remember this correctly. Fuck. I think it's the Zandalari trolls. It's been so long. Who were like the main Blood and Dinosaurs bad guy trolls? There are so many different tribes of them. They've always been so cool. It's all like Mayan shit, basically. All the trolls. They've got a really cool aesthetic. Oh yeah, Buon Samedi. Didn't he also have a 6 cinematic? Battle for Azeroth. Was it in Battle for Azeroth? The one where he made the deal?
You're looking pretty good, you man. Of bones.
I remember this, I think.
The dust of bones. For the lower of death. Well, this is a surprise.
We watched this? I don't remember.
You're looking pretty good, Your Majesty.
How does this show? Fuck off.
So, why have you come to see me? I need your aid. I see.
How do all of you remember me watching this before? I can't remember that.
Go on.
Yes, he is hot.
Become my lord. Grant me the power to recover my kingdom, and I will elevate you above all lower. Yes, so you get your kingdom back. All very
He's
nice.
so hot, though.
But soon you'll tire of old Buon Samedi. You go back to the living lower, the one who bring the rain, makes the crops grow, not wither and die. No. I need
Why is he
more
Baron Samedi coded?
than just
It's not a
the
coincidence.
word. If you do this for me, I will bind my bloodline to you. All who succeed you will keep this bargain to serve me in life and in death. Forever.
Now I want to play WoW, thanks. Don't, it sucks.
We got a deal.
They both sound like African warlords. But it's Caribbean. It's a Caribbean accent. Loa is literally like, this is like old existing folk beliefs. Good lord. Appropriately direct your racism. I hate their hands. Well, they use the in-game models for these cinematics, so they have very exaggerated features because you usually look at these characters with the camera zoomed way out, you know? I think it's cool that they use the in-game models, though. I like that a lot. It makes you appreciate the in-game models more. It's not a Caribbean accent. It's in the ballpark. The main trolls in WoW are Caribbean, and a lot of other trolls. They're all meant to be like the Americas, you know. I think last time you saw this, you were talking about the Aztec Jamaican coding of the trolls and the other Azeroth races. I don't have an issue with racial coding of fantasy races. I just wish it was done a little more even-handedly, you know? Or maybe a little bit more, like, self-aware. All orcs should be British coded? True. Okay, I'm letting myself get distracted again. Very, very distracted. Is this a segment? No, it's not. Let me read donations. Conciliator with a tier 2 sub. Sold one of my summer homes to buy this sub. A better use, to be sure. Baba Beta, thank you for the incredibly kind 10 tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate that. Chat, a better future is only possible if you're able to imagine it in enough practical details and follow through with your actions. Yeah, well, it's not like this is policy to be applied today or whatever. It's just talking about long-term visions. The Bread Boy and Vosh's Toe Fungus. Great name, thanks. I appreciate the $5 both. Thank you very, very much. Oh my god, I can't talk anymore. I'm too hungry and tired. Oh, this job is so hard. Thank you both. Rivera Life, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Vosh, the answer to all these reactionary libs is democracy. We have no democratic voice in landlord decisions, but we would in our local government housing decision. Yes, that is true. There would be ways to steer local government policy. Right now, there are ways to steer local government policy, but the only ones who actually show up for those meetings are landowners, because they're the ones who stand to benefit the most. Audio and Visual, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Jester Sands, thank you for the gifted tier 3 sub and the tier 2 sub. My goodness, being very kind to me. Thank you very, very much. Milo808, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Rave Dubin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Horizon, thank you for the $30. When will the CIA be sending you to oversee the People's Mar-a-Lago? Well, unfortunately, the liquidation of Trump's assets has been delayed indefinitely, so maybe never. Senua Psychosis and Xeon, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. What the housing segment has taught me is that VGG should be housed next to the fucking psych ward. True! Natalie21, thank you for the $10. Genuine ask, if people would just collectivize housing via state subsidies and manage rent and eviction on their own, wouldn't that avoid a lot of issues? No. By collectivize housing with subsidies, you're talking about just creating little corporations that manage their own. You're essentially just talking about subsidizing a democratized renters agency. You know, that's not. I wouldn't want to go that direction at all. Manage rent and eviction on their own. They would. I think that's like the. I think that's worse than what we have now. Tofurky, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Kane111, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we saw that. A Pretty Loverworm, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. And Dun the Mido, thank you for the 5. Very kind of you. Excuse me. Pessimist and Baduwu, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Love to Romania, Baduwu. And Pessimist asks, do you think that an expansionist culture is a prerequisite for industrialization, or is expansionism a consequence of industrialization? I mean, I think that both of them tend to be, they tend to align because they're both indicators of a desire for growth. I don't know if they necessarily need one or the other. They just tend to happen together. Mac Novist Roman, thank you for the $5. Derek Guy on the Tate fit. Yeah, I saw this. Sometimes I wonder if Tate and his followers know he's wearing jackets that are historically considered woman's wear. Yes. It's pretty obvious, actually, if you take a look. Seriously, this looks way more like a woman's pantsuit than it does any modern, like, men's tailored jacket. Because he's so insecure and desperate to show off his muscles that he's not even really wearing a suit jacket. He's just wearing, like, look at where the shoulder ends. His shoulder ends before his shoulder begins, you know? The confident lesbian. Even if he was a lesbian, this would be dressed poorly. Look at how much worse he looks than his brother right behind him, who's wearing an actual, like, tailored jacket, you know? Seriously. Good Lord. Yeah. Mr. M, thanks the $10. Wanted to quickly mention I finally trekked out to LA for work this past week. The Getty was very nice. The traffic and massive figures were not low. Yeah, LA is a city that has a lot of very nice things in it, but the city itself, the connective tissue, is dog shit. I'm glad you had a good time, you know? Wumpy Jumps, thanks the tier 2 sub. A recent YouGov survey showed most pro-Palestinian people in the UK aren't pro-Hamas. Shock at you. Can't find the link, but search YouGov Palestine if you want. Oh, no. I don't need to see it. I believe it. You know, it confirms my priors. Kalik, Tessie, Semilocon, and Horizon, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Appreciate all of those. Oh, I wanted to apologize, by the way, for not streaming for a few days. I had friends over. Do you want to see something cute that I got really quick? I got an oversized hoodie. Wait. Like, oversized. Like, it's a 2XL. Also, it's like a pullover. There we go. Let's go. I'm fucking cozy pilled. Not the right shirt to wear with it, though. It's fucking pulling up my neck. Get down here. There we go. Why would you get this nearing spring/summer? Well, I'll still be alive next year. I think. Thank you, Sake. Did the hoodie cost 1K USD? No, it didn't. Nicky Bugs with the tier 1 sub. Chat today. The housing market is fucked. So true. We gotta decommodify housing. Billions must rent. So true. Let me take this off. It is too warm to wear it right now. I just think it's cute. Ah. There we go. Fuck, that's funny. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Guess he went from P. Diddy to P. Diddley. Apparently he's been like that for a while. I think I remember talking about it too. I just can't quite remember most of the time. Chersa with the 3 tier 1 subs. Speed running your VODs because I can't watch. Oh no, Bull Cypher with the 420. Yeah, I already read this one. Seriously, thank you very much for the very kind donation. Thank you. Chersa with the 3 tier 1 subs. Can't wait for your Lies of P boss tier list video. I've almost finished Lies of P and it's so good. It's so good. It's so much better than I thought it would be. Sinuous Psychosis and Veronica Tash, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Shivers, thank you likewise. Babeta, thank you for the 5 tier 2 subs. Thank you so much for covering this. This is from 3 days ago. I think I was covering the terrorist attack in Russia. Thank you very, very much, Babeta. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Tutorum Shark, thank you for the $10. Jack Derida, thank you for the $10. Really, really appreciate that. Dick Thulu, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I ran into H-Bomber Guy at GDC. He complimented my leftist punk vest, and I immediately spilled my entire biryani takeaway on the floor. What's my power level? If you had spilled your biryani on H-Bomber Guy, that would have given you a higher power level. But as it stands, you missed. Veronica Tash, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Fantasy Jorts, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the incredibly kind 5 tier 1 subs. Friendly reminder, we're coming up on the 4-month anniversary of the last Goblin mode for the funny VGG folk. Not the wrong homeowning woke school VGG folk. Yeah, not saying, you know, not to say that I'm dreading the next OKBV, but I might be dreading it a little bit. All the content within, I'll have to pre-screen. All right, folks. I love you all very much. I know that I stun-locked for a while, but I also did stream more. So that... Wait! I haven't read the super chats! My goodness. Look at me being so forgetful. Super chat. Super chat. A lot of them, no less. Not at Alpaca, thanks to the 2 $5 donos. Mike, Benko, and Iridian Knight, thank you for the €5 and dollars, respectively. Maxwell, thank you for the 5. Ricky B, thanks to the $2. Practice painting miniatures 40K. It's very fun. Old Schoolist, thank you for the $1. JC, thank you for the 2. Atheist Jewish Messiah, thank you for the 5. Kevin Wood, thank you for the 2. Schoolist, thank you for the $5. King Dingaling, thank you for the $2. Likewise, Common Science. Trops11, thank you for the $5. You're going to play Helldivers 2 on stream. It's pretty fun. I've been holding off on playing it because I don't really like playing games that don't have an ending. You know? I don't know. Maybe. Joe Clem15, thank you for the 2. Tem Krister, thank you for the $10. Vosh, not going to lie, it's cathartic to hear you talk about decommodification. Continue to spank the libs in chat. Yeah, my goal wasn't to be contrarian or anything. It's just, I think it's very important to be able to conceive how better systems might exist outside of our own. And not just in abstract, you know, democracy, collectivization terms, decommodification, but in a practical sense, right? Like, a better system exists, and that better system will be governed by bureaucracy, right? Like, the better system that you dream of is one where you will occasionally be frustrated because a local clerk or something or another was rude to you, or you didn't get the answer you wanted, or you got contradictory information. There's no way out of bureaucracy. I think accepting its presence and its influence is an important part of understanding how these systems might work. You know, there is a shortcut to user and bureaucracy, and it's money. Without any other systems or requirements for deciding who gets what, money can decide. But there are problems with money, right, folks? Especially when it comes to necessities like food or healthcare or housing. And if you don't think that you would have to deal with loads of bureaucracy when you're getting your state-run healthcare provided to you, then you're delusional. You will. But it'll be better than what we have now, both in terms of the quality of the healthcare, the availability of the healthcare, it'll be better. Speaking of Cyber Penguin, thank you for the $10. I feel like conservatives' only retort for universal healthcare is, yeah, but wait times, even though we have way more obscene wait times in the US. Yes, what people don't factor in the United States is wait times we experience because we can't afford to go to the doctor, right? Say you feel a lump or you feel sick. You go to the doctor in a country with decommodified healthcare, and it's like, okay, you have to wait a week. Okay, fine. That sucks, right? But what about someone who gets a similar injury or has a similar concern, but rather than them needing to wait for a week as a part of being in line, they just don't go for a month because they can't afford to go, and the problem gets worse and worse and worse until eventually they feel forced to go, you know? This happens all the time. Yes, preventative health care is much cheaper. Nathaniel Jones, thanks for the $2. Zone Fanfic, thank you for the $5. Interesting. Suki Aretsi, thank you for the $5. And Trups11, thank you for the 5. And the repeated question. Answered that it may have been. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna go eat, guys. Finster is streaming. I was doxxed by a major newspaper. We did cover that. I'm going to send you guys over to Dylan Burns TV. Finster raid? No, I'm not going to Finster raid. I don't know if Finster knows anything about me, but if I raided Finster, all the people in chat would be like, oh, that guy? No. We're keeping our head down, folks. I'm sending you guys over to Dylan Burns TV. Have a good time. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Dementia. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Finn likes you. I would like to believe he likes me. I like him. He seems like a pretty, you know, pretty upbeat guy. I like his attitude. Well, I love you. Take care.